to join the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Wednesday to everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a great day out there. Lots of moves, lots of things happening in the world of the NFL, including, in case you just missed the snapshot, Seahawks committing some money on the defensive side of the ball, which should put a smile on Brock Hewitt's face, who's made it a point to say he didn't want to see another cent in free agent money spent on that side of the ball. And they just committed $18 million guaranteed to DeMarcus Lawrence, a 3-year deal worth up to $42 million. This, according to Tom Pelissero. Adding to the defense with a guy who's been good. He's older in NFL years. See what he's got left in the tank, and then they also had a wide receiver in Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They signed him to a 1-year deal. So
and they spent around $5 million on Scantling.
Yeah. He's. I mean, we can talk more about it. You guys can text in, by the way, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. We can talk about those moves. Certainly, I told you there. For that kind of money, I don't know what Tyler Lockett's going to get, but I'd rather have him.
Yeah, I don't know that he would play for $5 million. We'll see what his market value is. Somehow that makes me think
he wants more.
Yeah. Yeah, because why wouldn't they sign him back? They love Tyler.
Yeah,
love
and
him.
he's a better receiver and a more productive receiver. So, yeah, I mean, I like that they found somebody to bring in, and you knew they had to, and I assume they'll be draft picks and things like that. So, not wringing my hands over the move, but when you look at just the receiver, I'm like, if Tyler's in that neighborhood financially, much rather have him.
Well, sure. Yeah, no question. We all love Tyler, of course, but I mean, I guess Scantling has pretty good quicks, and we'll talk later about what this offense is going to need as far as receivers go. DeMarcus Lawrence, I guess it's a surprise, right? I mean, he's spent his entire career with the Cowboys. He's a second rounder, and that year that we saw Hard Knocks, there was an intersection there with Dirty. And, he was coaching down in Dallas. But, he'd only played in 4 games, but obviously they got a chance to look at him, right? And that was the problem. Well, obvious, I guess. They got a chance to look at him because that's what they require. They have to look at him first and know, and that's what happened with Will Fries is they didn't get a chance to look at him. He didn't want to wait, and so he signed with the Minnesota Vikings. But, it shouldn't be a surprise from the standpoint of, like, last year, the first move they made was D-line, and it was to sign Leonard Williams. So they're going to build up that defensive line, and, it's actually looking pretty good. We still have a first-rounder from last year that has yet to explode.
Yeah, we'll see what Lawrence has left in the tank. This will be his 12th season. He's going to turn 33 next month. So, again, young man in life, football life, he's on the older side. So, what's interesting, he only played 4 games, as you said, last year, but he had 3 sacks in those 4 games.
Yeah.
So he was productive, and you look at his year previous to that, in 17 games, he had 4 sacks.
Yeah.
So three sacks in 4 games, and then 4 sacks in 17 the year before. He's not a huge sack guy. He had 2 years back-to-back with double-digit sacks in 17 and 18. He went 14.5, then 10.5, and then his best year outside of that was his second year with 8 sacks, and then he's had 5, 6, 3, 4, 3. So he's not a huge sack guy outside of those 2 years.
Yeah, and as far as the medical goes, I don't think there's a more disgusting injury that heals pretty well, apparently, because I had the same thing, the Liz Frank, and it's kind of where, for me, I took a stab into the ground and my foot folded the wrong way, up.
Like everything else you touch, it just broke.
It just broke.
Happened.
It just broke. But by the time that I was in free agency, and this was late in the season, and free agency was in, I guess it was in March or April, it was fine. And they cleared me. They're like, yeah, I was like, yeah, I had Liz Frank, and they looked at it, and there was no surgery or anything like that. So, and also, you know, his happened, the fourth game, or maybe in practice before the fifth game. I'm not sure about that, but it's been a long time to heal, so they got a chance to look at it, and that was the main thing. I mean, I think based on what their standards are with Will Fries, if they hadn't got a chance to look at DeMarcus Lawrence, probably weren't going to sign him.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. You know, the Fries thing, you need a player. You're hoping to get a player like that, but he was somebody who wanted to get the deal done, didn't want to wait till the league year started to where he could be examined. So he took the deal that was out there. And look, I don't blame them for saying, you know, look, we want to make sure this guy's put together all right. He's sound. That we're not going to commit a bunch of money and then all of a sudden find out he's got this massive knee injury or some other thing that's going to hold him back. So I don't blame them for that.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this later because John has addressed that specifically. You know, that's a big deal for them. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's not what people want to hear. Probably, they want to, you know, they're thinking, okay, you just re-signed Jaron Reed, you've got Big Cat, you've got Murphy, you've got two pretty good defensive ends.
Re-signed Ernest Jones.
Yep, and so, but
Josh Jobe.
As far as the D line goes, though, I mean, you know, you feel like okay, enough, and now you're gonna add another guy, but that's kind of where. That's the sweet spot for this team.
Interesting signing, considering the needs they've got on the other side. They haven't spent on that side outside of the quarterback, obviously, but the biggest pressing need prior to Geno being traded was the line. And we were waiting to see how are they going to address it. Is it going to be a veteran they bring in, a veteran and draft picks, combination of both, exclusive one way or the other? And I would imagine they'll still find a veteran out there that they like. I know they signed, he's a swing type. He kind of is the new Stone Forsythe. I'm blanking on is it Jones?
Oh, Josh Allen. Not Josh Allen. It's like Josh Jones.
Josh Jones. Is that it, Lefko?
Even I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know why? Because it's just so common.
Yeah. His name should be
Jones.
Tom Smith.
Exactly.
Yeah, Josh Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
So
common name.
he kind of becomes your new Stone Forsythe, your depth guy.
Can I just go on the record that I got the name before Lefko? It's a monumental event whenever that happens.
That's a proud day for you.
But yeah, I mean, look, that's they have their ideas of who they're going to take and what they're going to do, and I think for most fans, again, they're probably like, well, where do we need the most help? But yeah, they're building. It certainly looks like a really strong defensive line.
How does he fit? Like, who's he taking reps from? Is he going to be taking? Because you made a commitment, $18 million. This isn't a flyer on a veteran. You know, the Scantling. He's a guy. You're spending $5 million, and I'm throwing around millions like they're nothing. But in football dollars, that doesn't represent a huge commitment or expectation that comes with it. Whereas this represents a little more expectation and more of a commitment. It's a multi-year deal. So who does he? I guess is it Uchenna? Is it Boye?
I don't see him as a stand-up guy. That's for sure.
They got him listed as a defensive end.
Yeah,
but maybe he's more of a run stopper. I know he's got a reputation as being pretty good against the run, from what I remember. But yeah, I don't know. It'll be curious to see how they work him in and what his role is with the team. But those are the latest bits of news surrounding your Seahawks. They commit on the defensive side. They commit on the offensive side with Scantling. You guys can weigh in on all of it. You love it. You hate it. You think it's great. You think it's okay. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Meanwhile, you guys spoke with Mark Schlereth yesterday, and he talked about, you know, the clear vision the Seahawks have with this Sam Darnold move.
It'll be interesting to see how McDonald kind of operates this, but certainly from the outside looking in, I don't know him and I have never sat down with him. But on the outside looking in, man, like it just feels like that dude knows what he wants, how he wants to build a football team. And it does feel like the two of those guys, he and John Schneider, are in lockstep on the way they want to build this thing. And I think the trading of Geno Smith and, you know, and getting draft picks and the way they're going to build, like I feel like they have a plan and, you know, they're executing that plan, which is cool. It's cool to see that.
Yeah, they've got conviction. They don't seem to hesitate. I mean, we talked about it. It was a week previous that they said Geno's our guy and we love him and we're going to get this done. And then a week later, all right, see ya. It's like they don't wait around for much. They make their choices, and they're very decisive in what they've done so far with McDonald there. And whether you go back to the linebacker moves or you go back to the coordinator move, getting rid of Grubb, there's not a lot of, well, let's give it another year and see how it goes. It's kind of like, nope, this doesn't fit our vision, and we're going this way.
Yeah. Well, and I think if you look at all of the the free agent signings, you look at the quarterbacks. Again, and we'll get to this from Mark, but the two games at the end, I think it has everybody scratching their head. But you look at who was out there: Sam Darnold, Justin Fields. Obviously, you could have kept Geno, right? But you got Daniel Jones, Marcus Mariota. I mean, there's it's kind of the B list, and then at the top of it is Sam Darnold, who does have a question mark or two, but. Yeah, I mean, and then he'll talk about it later, but also about the intersection with Clint Kubiak, and we talked about this yesterday, Mike and I did, about how I think the offensive scheme and the coaches they're really banking on finding the right mix and getting the right guys in there and running the right offense for the type of players that they have.
Yeah, just continuing on, Darnold, Schlereth talked about, his time in San Francisco and obviously he was a backup there, and just how he sort of humbled himself in that situation.
He had other opportunities to go elsewhere and compete for a starting job. And he said, no, I want to come to San Francisco because I want to learn how to play offense. I want to learn NFL offense. I have not been given the opportunity. So he takes less money to back up Brock Purdy in San Francisco. And Brock told me, and I quote on this too, been invaluable in my development. The guy has been such a great teammate, and and just what he does to help Brock prepare. And so here's a guy that kind of humbled himself and said, man, I need to learn how to play this game. And then you see him go to Minnesota last year, and for 17 or 16 games, he balled out.
Yeah, and Sam Darnold, well-traveled, and, ran a bunch of different types of offenses. And so, yeah, I thought that was interesting, hearing that part of it, and that was the intersection with Kubiak.
Yeah, and there's a conviction. There's a belief. They went right after him. I'm sure it was, hey, this is our plan. If it falls through with Geno, we can't come to an agreement. Here's our plan. Here's our target. And Schlereth went on to talk about those last two games, and we focused on that because, and I think that's fair. I had somebody that hit me on Twitter like, "Why are you picking on him? He had a great year." I'm like, no, it's not picking on. Just look at the numbers. This guy was one guy for 6 seasons, and then became another guy last year up until the 2 most consequential games of the year. Those are just facts. That's not an opinion on him, and it doesn't mean he won't be great here. We'll find out. But I think it's fair to look at those 2 games and go, all right, well, what happened? What went on there? And Mark talked about what, just the sample size of the last 2 versus the entire season.
He didn't play well in those 2 games, but I'm telling you what, week 16, go out to week 16, they win that game, and, they hoist him on their shoulders and they're spraying with champagne in the locker room. I mean, he was loved there, and he played really well all season long, and they ended up playing 2 teams that were better than them, and they got beaten, both of them. And he didn't play particularly well, but I would look at the body of the 16 games that he played pretty well in, as opposed to the body of work he had in 2 games against playoff type teams.
It's kind of interesting. There's just so much focus on quarterback, right? And the team's going to go the way of the quarterback 9 times out of 10. And, maybe there are plenty of players that have had, 16 really good games, and then the last game of the year and in the playoffs, they stink. Mm-hmm. They're terrible. But when you do it at quarterback, everybody sees it, especially with the history that he has. So, but I thought it was interesting perspective from Mark, just going, well, why don't we look at the other ones? Let's look at the good Sam Darnold, and he can play, but it was just kind of puzzling what it was about those 2 games that made him kind of revert back to what he was. Yeah,
I guess for me, if there were 2 games in the middle of the season, I'd be like, all right, yeah, everybody throws up a dud. It's like a starting pitcher. Even your ace is going to have a rough outing, get lit up out there. So yeah, I don't. In the grand scheme, it's not a huge thing. It was just where they happened. There was something of consequence on the line with Game 17. And then, obviously, there was something of consequence in a playoff game. You lose, you go home. for him to put up the numbers that he did and kind of have two duds out there, one more certainly than the other. I think he complete 48%, 43% of his passes in the one game. So I think the timing of it is bad. In the grand scheme, 2 games out of 18 total games he played, yeah, you're right. He was decidedly better than he was in those 2 games. There's much more good than there was bad. It was just what was on the line in those games. Does that speak to he was feeling pressure, or teams figured him out, or, maybe it's just as simple as what he said. Hey, you faced 2 teams that were better than you.
Yeah, and you look at the numbers, and it supports that. So I think that's fair. That's fair, I think, for fans to go and say, hey, like you said, they're very consequential games, playing Detroit and playing the Rams in the playoffs. I get that, but if you look at the rest of it, it all looked pretty good. And I guess I have faith, and they have faith, that he's going to return to the guy more like what he was those first 16 games. But we'll see. And I think a lot of that is going to be up to the coaching. And what are they able to do? How are they able to make it a little bit simpler for him? And I thought I raved all year about O'Connell. Just like he has the magic touch. So, and again, it comes back to what happened. I just wonder what the conversations were in those last 2 games with O'Connell.
Now, the other move, the Seahawks did bring in a receiver. In case you're just tuning in, they signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling to a 1-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. So not a huge thing. It's a 1-year deal. He's there to fill a spot. Cooper Kupp was officially released today. Excuse me. And I know a lot of Washington people would love to have him. He's a local guy. He's a guy I certainly wouldn't mind having on the roster, but you go in knowing 17 games probably isn't likely, right? It's kind of how we view Abe Lucas. It just has been their history with injuries, and unfortunately that's been part of it. He's been remarkably productive in his career. I don't know if he's completely on the downside and he's going to be injured more than he's available, and how hurt, I don't know what kind of commitment he thinks he's getting financially. But if it's a reasonable price, and I don't know what that number is, I wouldn't mind having him on the roster. I wouldn't mind seeing him in a Seahawks uniform.
Yeah, and the guy's probably faster than we all think, and has, more skills than we think, but he just seems like he's one of those crafty receivers, and maybe a guy that would be good to to have younger guys talk to, and just set an example. But that guy was kind of Tyler Lockett, right?
Yeah.
And so I wonder if, and I think most fans, and I think the Seahawks too, they'd rather, if it was between Cooper Kupp and Tyler Lockett, I think that they would sign, if it was the same, money, that they would rather sign Tyler Lockett.
Yeah, he's certainly been more available. I mean, the last full season for Kupp was in 21. He had a massive year. I mean, it was a huge year. Almost 2,000 yards receiving, 16 touchdowns. It was a huge year. But the year before that, he played. He's missed at least a game in just about every season except for 2019 and 2021. And then the past 2 years, he's played 12 games in each season. 22, he played 9 games. So the injury track record is there, and there's reason to look at that, and that's fair. I think you look at it and go, all right, they bring him in here, probably not going to get him for 17. You go in knowing that. But what kind of production is he going to bring to the team in the hopefully 13, 14 games he can play, crossing your fingers. And based on his age and based on his history, I'm guessing it's not going to be outrageous money that he gets. I could be wrong. Maybe a team goes out there and blows the doors down and says, we want this guy. But I don't see that being realistic. He's going to be 33 years old coming up this year. So, and that injury history, I think, brings that price way down.
Yeah, and I just don't think going into, and once again, we'll talk about this later, but going into the season, I don't think wide receiver is a huge priority. And so, yeah, I mean, if they can get somebody like Scantling and, get him for a $5 million deal, that's pretty reasonable. That $5 million is reasonable these days.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It's a 1-year commitment.
I think every year, just the sticker shock, it just becomes more and more and more. But every year, the salary cap goes up and the numbers go up. But yeah, and I we'll talk about the kind of offense that they run. I mean, there's more tight ends. It's more of a run heavy team, and I wonder if that also might be one of the reasons why DK Metcalf was wanting to move on, because he saw the writing on the wall that this was going to be a team that ran the ball.
By the way, Cooper will be 32 in June, not 33. So I aged him by a year. He'll be 32 coming up in June. All right, let's take two.
Well, we talked about the additions, but how about some departures? So the 2021 draft class for the Seahawks, officially no more. Trey Brown has signed with the 49ers. Stone Forsythe's agency reported that he's signed with the Giants, and contract terms not released on either of those moves, though.
Is D. Eskridge still on a roster? Where's he?
Those would be the three.
He worked out really well.
Trey Brown is somebody that always rooted for because he was such a smart player. But for whatever reason, I think there was lots of times where we thought, hey, it looks good. Why aren't they putting him in there? I think he got in the doghouse with Pete at one point, and so I'll be rooting for him.
He's a guy you kind of fear going off like a DJ Reed. Like he gets cast off from one team. The 49ers kind of cast DJ Reed off. Became a very, very good player for the Seahawks and has since been a good player out there in New York with the Jets. I root for Trey Brown. I wish he went to a different team.
Yeah, and Stone Forsythe, by the way, I mean, for a huge guy, maybe some of the best feet that I've seen from a really big man, but just wasn't quite able to put it all together on the field.
Well, another free agent guard is off the market, albeit a little bit of an older one. Even Rappaport says that Pro Bowl guard Kevin Zeitler, who's 35 years old, has signed a one-year, $9 million deal with the Titans. And Adam Schefter reports that Russell Wilson is visiting the Browns.
So the Titans got Cody, and now they got Zeitler. You're in hog heaven.
Oh yeah, they did a lot of work on the O-line. So.
This is a name that was out there when we're talking about guards that were available, and obviously Fries was a name that was atop the list, and this was another name, and kind of one by one they're getting knocked off the list, and you're going, okay, well, who's left for us? Who are we going to get?
I don't know. And you know what? We have quotes from John Schneider talking about how people are overpaying for guards, and a $9 million deal. Wow. Fantastic. Good for him. I think that's probably what Schneider said.
You think that's too...
I think it's good for him.
Yeah. Meaning we wouldn't pay him that much,
right?
Obviously. All right, Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Is this the most important offseason of John Schneider's career? We're going to get into that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Zog.
Why I like the Sam Darnold deal, and why the more we talked through it this morning on the show, it just made more and more sense to me, and why everybody, I think, in the league kind of felt like, yep, this made a lot of sense for John Schneider and the Seahawks.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
A deal that's similar to Geno's 3 years ago, similar to Baker Mayfield's, gives this team plenty of still cap room and opportunity, both in this draft and throughout the rest of the offseason. I think it's a win-win all the way around.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract, and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people, and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Our First Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new, and First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. People weighing in on the moves that have been made today. Seahawks, in case you're just tuning in, signed DeMarcus Lawrence to a 3-year deal worth up to $42 million. 18 is guaranteed. They also signed a wide receiver, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, to a 1-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. You guys can weigh in on those and anything else that's on your mind. Meanwhile, we're looking at some of these free agent guards that are slowly coming off the board here, Dave, and looking at the needs of the Seahawks, going, okay, when are we going to – they're going to take a swing here in free agency, or is it going to be strictly about draft, or what are we doing? I'm getting Mariner vibes. I'm getting Mariner vibes in how they approach the offense in the offseason. We watch these bats one by one fall off the list, and we're going, okay, well, there's still that guy, or there's still this guy, and then they go, and you're like, all right, so now I'm not sure what their plan is or who they're targeting.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think that's going to be the hot topic until the draft is done, and even if after the draft. The other thing, and I thought Mark made a good point about this, that, there's more of a value, just to piss all the texters off a little bit more.
As if you don't do that enough already.
Yeah. Developing guys, and it had to do basically with the fact that you don't run full padded practices anymore. And, and I'm wondering if that, I've talked a lot about the coaching and how important I think it is. And, remember when we saw Dan Campbell with Hard Knocks, and, he was talking about, hey, guys, I hate having to do this, but we have to do it. We have to do it. And really this kind of bleeds into the whole conversation about the brotherly shove and, like, how do you practice against that? It's really hard with the way that they practice these days. But I do know that Kubiak is coming from that Shanahan tree, and I always talk about how Shanahan ran practices. I mean, he had pads on in times where you needed it. And that was 9-on-7, the run portion of it. And then, all of the drills that you're going through. And then you take everything off and, you play touch football. But, you're working through things, but you still got all of that in there. And that, Mark's point was that basically, it's harder for the younger guys to come in and get the speed of the game, because the only way to practice football is to go out and play football. And a lot of times they're not getting it. So that's one of the many challenges I think that teams are facing. But as far as John and, what he's doing, we know the whole Will Fries thing, that he wasn't going to take a chance on a guy that they didn't get to see, who played in 4 games or 7 games or whatever it was last year, in Will Fries. And I would say, what are they going to do as far as addressing the offensive line and guards and, a center? I think people might be disappointed because,
it's giving me the Mariner vibes, man.
Yeah.
You were saying this about the Mariner offseason.
Right.
People are going to be disappointed.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think I'm not saying it like they're not going to address the situation. I think the way that they let me just scratch that and go back. The way that they the way that
Take 3. Here
implement the way that they build their offensive line, I think, is going to be unpopular. I really do. I think it's going to be.
How do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be, maybe put some faith in the guys that they have. I think when Kubiak came here, that he looked at a lot of these players and looked at film and was like, I can work with these guys. And so, if that's what they're having in the meeting, and then John's going out trying to fill, those needs. And but the Fries thing is just kind of it's a non. We're not going to go that way. There's no way. No matter what, we are not going to. It's not even a discussion. They're going to have to look at the players first before any kind of medical thing. We've heard that from John since the very beginning. So I think it's going to be addressed probably in ways that because offensive line is hard to see. It's hard to see who's what. What people are doing is like, oh, okay, what's that saying that anybody from over 100 miles away is an expert? If you see all these guys on other teams, maybe they have, as far as their evaluation of the guys that they have, they're like seeing a guy and this guy wants $10 million. I'm not paying him for that. I'm not going to pay him to come in here and do what our guys can't do. So, and I just am very curious to see how much that scheme last year was the reason or the culprit behind poor offensive line play.
Well, and that's the wild card. We have no idea how much the new scheme will benefit the guys they currently have. We don't really know. Are they just not very good, or did that scheme just not fit them and you're trying to put a square peg into a round hole type of situation, and that's why they got rid of Grubb and said this isn't going to work? I mean, that's the unknown. People feel like they know. I can look at this player, he stinks. I can look at this player. Well, you don't really know. As you said, O-line is hard to. You see when a guy becomes a turnstile on the edges sometimes, but maybe there was supposed to be a tight end who was going to chip, or the running back was going to help and chip this guy. We don't know. So I allow for that to be true. That they looked at it, as you said, and Kubiak said, no, these guys are fine. You were asking them to do the wrong things.
Right.
So well, that's the wild card in this. Whereas I feel like the Mariners are much more cut and dry when it comes to the offense. What we saw was not good, and it wasn't about – there's no scheme that they were trying to force them into.
What is the approach? The approach at the plate?
I guess maybe, Brant Brown and Jared DeHart didn't fit, so Edgar's simplicity and his message was better suited for him. We'll find out. But John Schneider, just to reiterate here, back at the end of February on with us, talking about the most important aspect of the Combine in his opinion.
The most important part of the whole thing is the medical, and that's why it was started. It was started, the New York Jets drafted Wesley Walker a long time ago, very, famous, talented wide receiver that ended up being legally blind in one eye. And so at that time, everybody got together and was like, hey, we need to have a, foolproof system of medicals and physicals. And so everybody's on an even playing field, and we all know who these people are. So from a physical standpoint, who they are. The medical is why the whole thing got started. And then the testing, the physical testing, and the psychological testing, and just all the things that go on down here. It's become much bigger than that, obviously.
So it's a huge emphasis. It's the most important thing.
Everything
you said.
And that's what I asked him. I'm like, what do you want from these guys? And my first thought was like, is it about finding out who they are as a person? Is it what their work ethic? Things like that. No, it's all about medical, and it's a pretty old school approach. And I think maybe some people might complain about, well, Will Fries had a broken leg, and so those heal pretty, it's a pretty standard, it's not like a knee that's complicated. You're not getting it like Abraham Lucas, but maybe there's something in there that, we want to make sure that it's healing right. And, that's always the one factor that, and I always talk about how, like, for my career, if I could have stayed healthy, I would have been so much better of a player. You just get this, and when you're constantly interrupted and you've got injuries that you're just prone to it, then that ruins players. So I don't blame them for being that way.
But having said all of that, the O-line's been a problem for years. It just has. You always made fun of me because it was my favorite thing to complain about every year, the O-line. And it's been a complaint even back to Russell's time here. And we talked about the fact that with Russell and Marshawn, those two were able to cover up a lot of the warts. And you could get away with being a little less than with another quarterback who's not as mobile and a running back who's not as powerful and elusive or, just impossible to bring down like Marshawn. So those two went a long way into buying them some grace, I guess, if you want to put it a certain way. But the reality is the O-line's been a problem for years. And it feels like this is a kind of a do or die. You're like, all right, the people are kind of tired of the story of the O-line, like being a problem. So does that in turn, in your opinion, make the seat a little warm under John? Is this kind of a do or I have no idea what Jody Allen, her mentality is to all this and, how involved she truly is. But got to believe there's a sense you got to get this right. You got to get that line up to snuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that if he has like a blind spot for offensive line play, or if it just hasn't worked out. I mean, there's been some guys that have worked out, but I don't know. I think it's also by far the most misunderstood part of football, and so that's the reason why I think that the coaching can be such a huge factor. But, we'll see. I mean, look, I would say at that position, but, it doesn't matter what we all think, right? It doesn't matter what the texters think. It matters what the ownership thinks as far as any kind of a warm seat or anything like that. So, I mean, I guess I would look at all the good things that he brought a new coach in here. He hired the right guy. He got double-digit wins. But this fan base and ownership has high standards.
All right, coming up, there's one area on the Seahawks roster that has suddenly become a bit more of a pressing need. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Spring is here. Start your home improvement projects and save with Washington Energy's Spring Savings Event. Enhance your home with 20% off high-quality Andersen windows and enjoy energy savings as well as the modern or traditional window styles you love. For an entirely fresh look for your home, invest in beautiful interior and exterior doors from Codell. Expertly installed by Washington Energy Services and also 20% off. Great financing and service you can trust make Washington Energy Services the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The Hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big thumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Mariners opening day is on deck. Don't miss the festivities at T-Mobile Park on March 27th, including a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues all week with Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and a Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway March 31st to April 2nd. Lock in your seats today at Mariners.com.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. I don't know if I told people what was coming up on the show. Our conversation with J.P. Crawford. We talked to him out in our week at spring training. Didn't get a chance to play that because the Geno news broke when we were going to do that.
Super cool guy.
Yeah, very mellow. He's almost shy. When he's talking. JP doesn't do much in the way of interviews or media, so it's always cool when he says yeah, and he's a friendly guy, but he's just, you can see it to the look on his face when we're asking him questions. He really seems like he's kind of shy around people that he doesn't know.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to take anything too terribly, like he takes everything lightly.
Yeah. So that conversation coming up at 3 o'clock. Stay tuned for that. Don't hear from JP very often. You're going to hear from him at 3 p.m. Lofa Tatupu will join us at 4 p.m., get his take on everything going on with the Seahawks team. We got Best of the Rest at 4:30, and then at 5 o'clock, our buddy Jon Morosi will join us to talk some baseball. So stay tuned. A lot coming your way. Meanwhile, we've talked about, the situation with Trey Brown going to the 49ers. Where would you? We were just talking during the break about priority list of offseason needs. When you looked at it, we were talking about DeMarcus Lawrence. That for me would not have been a pressing need. That would have been low on my priority list. But one that's maybe creeping up is secondary is, Trey Brown signs, and not that he was a superstar for the team, even though you and I both liked him, but for whatever reason he just didn't get the run you thought he would out here, and it seemed like he played. He was a confusing player to me. I wait to hear something from behind the scenes that was problematic because it didn't make a ton of sense to me. But he moves on to the 49ers. You look at cornerback as a situation that needs to be addressed?
Yeah. Trey Brown, I think you can always have – you can't have enough good corners. And I think the Riq Woolen conversation is kind of interesting too. He's had a very odd career. Riq Woolen he came in, he was a 5th rounder. Remember, he didn't play a lot of corner in college. I think it was UTEP. Mm-hmm. And, 5th rounder, just like Richard Sherman, came in and just had, 6 interceptions?
Yeah, Pro Bowler.
I always mention, could have had 2 more. And then, we were pretty up in arms over the Sauce Gardner thing, and Sauce Gardner's pretty damn good. So, anyway, Riq Woolen is, I think, kind of a lightning rod a little bit there.
Well, he's going into the final year of his deal, as is Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant and him. And, I think of all of those guys that are up for that, like Ken Walker, he's probably the one that's, the one with the biggest question mark. Because, what do you do? Do you say, hey, let's see you play this thing out and see what kind of player you are? There's never been a question about his talent. But last year, what kind of, came about was his attention. And I think he got suspended for, I think, the first 2 series maybe. And that was the one where, to bring it back to Trey Brown jumps off sides and then he gives up the touchdown in that game against Minnesota. So, Trey has been a guy I've always thought, man, this guy's really smart, but I don't know what he's doing at practice, and coaches always said this: coaches won't play guys that they don't trust, and that's a position where you really have to have a lot of trust. But that position I think can always be added to. Cornerback, you get a good cornerback. Look at Spoon. Now he's not just your typical quarterback. That guy I would just call there are some guys that they just put athlete next to, but he can play pretty much anywhere. I mean, he's just incredible. But so I don't think there's anybody that's on par with him, but I think you can get add to that position group always with corners. I mean, the way people are throwing the ball, the emphasis on the pass game, everything, it's always good to have those guys.
Well, your cornerbacks on the roster currently are Reek Woolen, Josh Jobe, who they just re-signed, Devin Witherspoon, Nehemiah Pritchett is the other guy, a draft pick from last year out of Auburn. And then you've got, as we said, Reek and Kobe Bryant are entering the final year of their rookie deals. So, yeah, it just feels like an area there's some uncertainty attached to that. And you guys talked with Jordan Babineau yesterday and asked him if he'd re-sign Reek to a long-term deal. Here's what he had to say.
Reek came in as a talent, just a fine talent, right? And, you know that he's dealt with the little injuries and he's had a lot of success early, and then there's a little slow drop off the last 2 years. I think last year was better than his sophomore year, so that was, he's definitely trending up. To me, I think this is, okay, if you want it, then prove it kind of deal, kind of year for Reek. And I think whether or not the Seahawks choose to pay him, the market is going to set itself for someone to pay him. So I don't think money is the issue, but I think in validating his command for, that specific contract is going to be how well he performs this year.
It's a huge year for him because I bet they're kind of wondering behind the scenes, all right, which guy is he? We were just talking about that with Sam Darnold. He was one guy for the 6 seasons. He was this guy last year, and you're kind of sitting there going, okay, they've both proven they're capable. But which guy is the guy moving forward? Which version?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what coaches would say. Would you rather have a guy that's constantly on top of it and involved and into every single play, but he's lacking a little bit as far as his physical features, or a guy that's the opposite of that every once in a while, you see him make unbelievable plays. The kind of plays I think it was the Denver game. We talked about this yesterday where he picks off the deep over. And that is an incredibly hard, I use man-to-man, and it's incredibly hard to cover that, much less get an interception, to the point where Mike Macdonald, who's a pretty well-traveled defensive man, says, have you guys ever seen anything like that before? He asks the crowd. So, yeah, you get that, but then you also get they suspended him for, I don't know, it had something to do with whether it was missing a meeting or not doing something the right way or whatever, and it was just kind of a issue of concentration.
Yeah, well, and you and I looked at a couple of plays where it looked like he was reluctant to get physical on a player. Kind of the effort wasn't there when a guy's, sort of pile driving his way toward the goal line, and Reek was just kind of a spectator. Or it just the effort didn't seem to be there on a couple plays you and I looked at.
And the thing is that it's not physical with him, and it's not that he's not a tough guy and he won't throw his face mask in there. He will. I just think sometimes he doesn't go 100% on every single play all the time, and I think that's just a matter of just being conscious of that and knowing that going in every single play, I got to run as hard as I possibly can. I'll tell you one guy that I think could help him with that. That's Devin Witherspoon. What's your mentality? How do you do that? Because I've never seen a guy on every single play give such max effort.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's an interesting one, though. And I like Reek Woolen. I love the way he's built. He's got the long arms, long legs. He makes amazing plays. And I would bank on him becoming a pro and getting better about that. And that's just something that he needs to get better at.
Well, and I'm sure he does, but I hope he realizes what's at stake for him in terms of his next deal. He's playing for his next contract, whether it's with the Seahawks or everybody else. He's putting this season on tape for everybody else to look at and determine his worth. So hopefully that resonates with him, and we see, a version that was, what's weird to say at this point in his career, but closer to his rookie year. So, meanwhile, we sat down with him on Friday, but then, as we said, the Geno Smith trade happened. So you're going to hear that conversation with Mariners shortstop J.P. Crawford. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
DK Metcalf traded, Geno Smith traded. I will say I love this. I really do. The goal isn't to build a good team. The goal is to build a great team. And that is going to take some risk.
You feel like you're just stuck in the middle. You just don't want to be stuck. We're in the business of doing what's best for the organization. And these moves this weekend were ultimately what was best for the organization.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Through March 31st, save double on your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at EmeraldQueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
A little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Seahawks making some roster moves today. They bring in some help on defense. After 11 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys, DeMarcus Lawrence has a new home with the Seattle Seahawks. The four-time Pro Bowl defensive end has agreed to a 3-year deal with the Seattle Seahawks that includes $18 million guaranteed and a max value of $42 million. He will be 34 years old next month. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Chargers reached an agreement with former Pittsburgh Steelers running back Najee Harris on a 1-year deal worth up to $9.25 million. That, according to Adam Schefter.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We had such a great conversation with this guy last year. We had everybody texting in, saying, you got to talk to J.P. Crawford again. Talk to J.P. Crawford again. Well, he's nice enough to join us out here once again. J.P. Crawford, how are you, man?
I'm good. It's really warm out here today. It's a great day out here in Peoria, so nothing better.
Feels like spring, right?
Feels just like winter. I mean spring.
Yeah, exactly right. We appreciate you braving the elements with us. Hey, before we get started with the baseball stuff, we talked to you last year. You did the band thing with everybody on the team. You've been immortalized. There's a picture up going into their clubhouse of him singing. There's some guys dressed in costumes I can't explain behind him, but what tell people that don't know about that, what that was, and you went out there and sang a song, and as you said, crushed it.
Yeah, definitely did crush it. A couple of years, like the last 2 or 3 years, you have a bunch of people that play instruments on the team and on the coaching staff, and they're really good, surprisingly. And they put a band together, rehearsed some songs, and they asked me to sing a reggae song, and said, sure, yeah, let's do it. And then we rocked out, got the clubhouse, amped up for the day.
And did you know that picture was up there, or you didn't see it till you got here this year?
No, it's been up there since last year.
Okay.
Yeah, so got to keep it up there too.
Yeah, it was. I remember hearing the song. It was surprisingly really good. I mean, who really impressed you that you were like, damn, I didn't know that guy could play, or was it you?
Man, honestly, everyone. We have Woody Woodworth, the pitching coach. He crushes it on the guitar. Champ, the bullpen catcher, plays the keyboard. And randomly Harry Ford plays a saxophone, and he plays it well. That was really shocking to me. Wouldn't expect that out of him, but I sing marvelous, so all that singing in the shower paid off.
We talked to Harry earlier, and he said he doesn't really like playing sax. Now he's on guitar. He's been playing guitar for a year. He says he likes to just play guitar and sing.
Oh. Well,
so if you guys do it again this year, there you go. There's an option for you.
Yeah, true.
How was the off season, man? Did you get away? Did you get time to relax? You have a newborn, right?
Yes. So this off season was really different for me and my wife. Didn't go on any trips. We bunkered down at the house. She gave birth December 4th to Crawford, my daughter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Saw her out here. That's very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been great. She just turned 3 months the other day, just in a blink of an eye. So, yeah, a lot of stuff has changed.
Yeah, that is such a life-changing event. Like, what are some of the things that you've noticed about, coming into this year, into the season, and, knowing that that you have a little baby girl.
Oh, yeah, definitely some motivation for me, definitely lit a spark under the fire for me. So I'm really excited to get out there and, just try to do the best I can for her, especially her, make her proud that, I'm her dad.
How's your sleep?
Surprisingly, really good. Let me knock on some wood real quick. Yeah, the last 3 or 4 days she's been sleeping through the night, and me and my wife are really well rested right now.
Now, is she too young to have come out on the road sometimes, or how's that going to work?
We haven't really discussed that yet, but she's been to all the games out here.
Okay.
But I don't know about road trips yet. Hopefully, because I don't want them away from me for too long.
Yeah, makes sense. So what do you start getting? I know that's a huge life change, and maybe you wouldn't be as eager to get away from them to get to spring training as you otherwise would be. But were you kind of looking forward to getting back into baseball and getting back with the guys?
Oh yeah, definitely. There comes a time in the off season where you're just itching to get back on the field, to be in the clubhouse with everyone again, and really excited to be here. This is a different camp. Everyone's really bought in, and everyone's ready to go. And Dan's done such a great job, bringing everyone together, and it's been a really fun time.
Yeah, is there anybody in particular that has stood out to you as far as, just like he improved greatly over the offseason, or just the rotation is pretty amazing?
Yeah.
You see those guys around every day.
Man, that rotation's something serious. But from the infield standpoint, for me, Ben Williamson has really stood out. Just the way he goes about his work and his approach at the plate. I mean, the kid's a gamer. He's really impressed me this spring for sure.
Was there anything you wanted to focus on in the offseason for your game in particular that you looked at on film? I don't know if you're a guy that goes back and watches games or anything like that.
No, honestly, just getting my body back in the, not hurting, and just being healthy, getting my body ready to, get ready for another season. And that's the main thing for me.
Yeah, that's a good question about the film. I mean, I know in football that's huge, but like as far as when you're after a game and preparing for a team, are you looking at much video, or are you looking more at like stats?
Yeah, I'll look at some video, but, I'm the type of guy who doesn't really like to think about stuff too much, and, that's what the off-season's for. You go and look what you're doing wrong, try to fix it, and, once you get into games, it's just you compete, so.
Dan's talked about, kind of having that mentality, obviously missing the postseason by one game. You start looking back at all these games going, man, if we would have changed something here, if we were able to do this in this game, that's the difference, and focusing on 162, which – in practice sounds great, but that's dog days of summer in August, and your body's aching. It's how hard is it to focus on every game means as much as the one before or the one after when you got 50 games in front of you still?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm the type of guy that goes out there and just tries to, focus on that day, that game, and just, try to win that game. Take it one day at a time. Don't look into the past. Don't look into the future. Just focus on tonight's war and, let the rest play out.
Do you have anything particular that you do before a game that, whether it's like ritualistic or anything? That sounded like he was going to sacrifice.
I definitely thought about that before. Just kidding. No, honestly, I'm just the type of guy that just goes with the flow. Don't really get into really many superstitions or anything like that.
Yeah.
Even if you're hot, you're like, I'm the same bat, same cleats, same socks, anything like that. You're
honestly, no.
You don't buy into any of that.
Just makes me think more. I don't like that.
You don't want to get in your own way.
Or I don't want to get in my own head.
Now when we talked to you last year, you'd spent time at Driveline working and doing all. Did you do that again, or do you change up your off-season workouts?
No, this year we went back home to Long Beach because my wife couldn't travel anymore after the season. Right. So we bunkered down there, but got a ton of work. I still communicated with them daily. The guy I work with up there even came down sometimes to work with me there. But yeah, the off-season is really good for me, baseball-wise. Swing's feeling really good right now. I'm just ready to go.
How important is like your mitt to you, or a bat? Because we got guys that are selling bats back here, and then also yesterday there was a company that they'll put cleats on any shoe.
Oh yeah, custom cleats. Mm-hmm.
Are you big on that? Like I've talked to infielders that like. There was one guy that lost his glove or it got stolen, and he was like really upset by that. I mean, is that as far as an attachment to either that or your cleats or whatever? Are you big with that, or you just go out there with any?
Yeah, no, the glove is something serious. I'd still be looking for the guy if they stole my glove. Yeah. But yeah, definitely the glove's the most important thing to me. Bats come and break as they go.
Right.
But a mitt, you can use for years. I used my gamer the last 2 years, and, that's my baby. I treat that thing like my baby. Condition it, take good care of them. Yeah, definitely the glove for me.
Yeah, and I saw somewhere there was a big article on this guy, I think it's down here, where he'll repair any mitt. If it breaks down, he's got this shop where he'll, I think it's pretty popular with a lot of the players. Have you had to have any work done on that or anything?
No, thankfully I haven't had to do anything with my gloves.
Yeah.
I think if you just condition them and take good care of them, I think you'll be in a good spot.
Yeah.
Now, we talked last year. You're a sneakerhead, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Have you turned any of the sneakers into cleats?
I have not. I use a guy who just uses my Adidas cleats that I wear, and he'll customize them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How's the collection doing?
I got a lot. Yeah, there's a good amount from the past couple years.
It's growing?
Yeah, definitely. But I think my favorite one that he did was last year. He did me some Bob Marley cleats.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they had Bob Marley on them and the Rasta colors and stuff.
Did you wear them last year?
I did. Yeah.
I don't know if I saw those. Are you going to wear them this year?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know yet.
Okay.
We'll look out for that.
We'll keep an eye out for the Bob Marley cleats. That's very cool.
Does it take you a while to I hated changing cleats during the season because they have ways. The Seahawks have this thing like a microwave or an oven or something that heats up the shoes and they mold to your feet. But do you break in? Do you have to break in new shoes, or is it?
No, thankfully the Adidas cleats that I wear, you could just throw them on right before a game and I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Thankfully. That would suck.
It does. It does suck.
Hey, you talked about, the vibe here, and it does. Everybody we've talked to, there's just a sense of optimism, and there usually is in spring training. Everybody's feeling good. But does it feel dramatically different to you than it has in the past?
Yeah, honestly. Everyone has a different sense of, priorities and hunger. It's really hard to explain because we say that every year, right? But, you can really tell by the way everyone's going about their business this year. And, new coaches, new manager, new skip. He's come in and got everyone together, and everyone's on the same page. And, we're all fighting for one goal, and that's to win the World Series, get in the playoffs, and, make a run at it.
Tell us about Perry Hill and your relationship with him. We talked to Luke Raley yesterday, and I think the way he put it was he just says the right words.
Man, Perry saved my career, straight up. Ever since I got over here, he dialed me in and got me back to where I needed to be, got me back to the player I know I could be on defense. And, without him, I don't think I'd be in this situation right now. So, he definitely means a lot to me.
Yeah. Tell us about the wall that it used to be this one behind us here with the picture of the legends, but he's got his own over there now. But specifically, what is it that he does, and why is that one of his staples?
His 6 Fs, it's just real simple stuff, and just catching the ball and getting your body in the right position to, make a play. And everything's so easy and it's so repeatable. And once you get it dialed in, every play is the same almost. And you're not really thinking about anything where my arm should be or, anything like that when you're struggling on defense. It's just, you don't even think because you've done it so much. And if you don't do it right, he's going to yell at you. The guy sees everything out there when we're practicing. It's kind of scary.
So if you make a bad throw in a game, are you ducking your head down because he's going to be looking at you in the dugout, or does he wait till after the game before you?
No, I'm definitely going up to him. I get in the dugout and saying sorry.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
Sorry, Bone.
Hey, what about working with Edgar? We were everybody loves Edgar. Everybody knows him out here in Seattle. Brant Brown and Jared Hart were here before. Certainly different in the way they deliver messages. How's that worked with you? The difference between working with those guys?
Oh, Edgar's been great. I think he brings a sense of simplicity and, just worrying about your approach and your mentality going into the game and at every at bat. Just sticking to the middle of the field and just being on time. And, sometimes we get caught up of, getting too much into the pitcher and what he's throwing and the percentages and stuff. And, Edgar just worries about being on time and, staying to the middle of the field, keeping it simple. And I think everyone's bought into that. And you could tell this spring, our offense is doing a lot better. And it's really cool to see. And, we're going to translate that into the season, too.
Are you an analytics guy? Are you looking at your launch angle and exit velo and all that? Or are you just looking to hit the ball hard?
I don't even know what half the analytics are, to be honest with you. No. Yeah, I just go up there, try to have a good approach and, stay within myself.
You're old school.
Old school, yeah. I'm not an analytic guy. I don't even know how to say it, don't even know how to spell it. So, no, definitely not for me.
What about, I know you've been around Dan a lot, but with him in charge, what's kind of stood out? What's been different about him?
Just how calm he is in the dugout and just how he, everyone feels really good with him being the skip. He just brings a sense of calmness in there, and everyone just loves him. It's really hard to explain, to be honest with you, but he's brought in a really good vibe, and, I'm so happy he's here.
Hey, last one before we let you go. Do you feel, just in general, we've asked a couple other guys this, do you just feel overall this is a better team than it was last year?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
Is there any specific reason, or is just the vibe that everybody's kind of sharing right now?
No, I think everyone thinks that we're the team that we should be and that we should have been last year. But, this is a different year. I can't look into the past. So, all we got to look at is this year.
JP, we appreciate the time again, man. The listeners were demanding it, and it's nice of you to come out and speak with us. We appreciate it and wish you the best this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you.
There you go. There's JP Crawford. A rare conversation. Just doesn't do a lot of media.
He's got a cool voice.
He's just mellow.
Yeah,
he's chill,
very laid back.
But did he look shy? He kind of look at you and look away, and he just kind of had a shy vibe about him.
A little bit. Yeah.
I mean, I know when he's around his guys in the clubhouse, he's a different guy. But just interview wise, he's mellow.
Yeah,
he's a mellow dude.
The 360 is dragging me into some kind of a thing.
Don't go there, Dave.
I don't know if it's a thing.
Don't fall for it.
Did I say mitt when I should have said glove? Because he says that's like cover and guard. Now, come on now. Let's not go overboard. Cover and guard is ridiculous.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
Because
He says it's totally a thing.
Most people will say glove, but it's called a baseball mitt. It's called a glove. Most guys will refer to, where's my glove? Where's my glove?
That's right. Nobody says baseball glove.
No. They just say, where's my glove?
Where's my glove or baseball mitt?
Or where's my mitt? Mitt's over there. I mean, it's
interchangeable.
It's not the same as guardage and coverage.
Let's not make it a thing. 360.
It's not a guardage. And apparently, I after saying his age all morning that Marcus Lawrence is going to be 33. Apparently, I said he was going to be 34. So a couple people called me and I said, "My bad." And the guy said, "Yes, you did. You should probably correct this ASAP so you can talk a few of those Seahawks fans off the ledge for thinking signing a 34-year-old to a 3-year contract."
1 year makes a huge difference.
Huge, yeah. Sorry about that, 360. He's 33, so you feel much better about the deal. I misspoke. My bad. Please forgive. Moving on to other things, Mariners. Mitch Garver, speaking with Shannon, said he's about 80% after getting hit in the hand on Monday, which was kind of a bummer because he hit a home run in that game, and then he got plunked right in the hand, wrist area, and luckily all the tests were negative, so it's just a matter of dealing with that. I mean, that hurts, man. You've been hit by a hard ball, haven't you? Like even in Little League, it hurt when the guys aren't even throwing that hard.
8th grade, Beanball Byron. That was his nickname. He was one of those 8th graders. Beanball Byron. He was known, and I was like telling everybody, "Oh, forget it. No big deal." He plunked me right in the ribs, and I was never the same, Bob.
Yeah.
I probably could have gone pro in baseball as well. But Beanball Byron, he was one of those kids in 8th grade that already had like a 5 o'clock shot.
Yeah, he was bigger than everybody, threw harder than everybody. Yeah. I played with a couple of those guys.
Armpit hair coming out everywhere, hair on his chest, and it's, Beanball Byron. I go, you guys are a bunch of sissies.
Did he also pitch in the 1920s? That sounds like a 20s thing.
That's hilarious, Mike. That's a good one.
Look at Matt like that one.
Sorry, that was my Lefko imitation. It's not very good. But yeah, I mean, he was one of those guys, and everybody's all afraid of him. And then I took one right in the ribs. Never the same, Bob.
Yeah,
never the same.
Yeah, it's getting hit with a hard ball hurts. It hurts. Yeah. I remember I plunked a kid in Little League in the ribs. And
on purpose?
No, of course not.
You said plunk.
Well, I did. I hit him in the ribs, but it wasn't intentional. But I saw him. I remember seeing him as when I lived in California as a little kid and seeing him at a Dodger game. Ran into him at the stadium and like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? He lifts up his shirt and he had like this giant, like a bruise the size of a watermelon on the side of his, like his whole rib cage. I remember just feeling so like, I didn't do that. I'm sorry. And he was, we're little kids, but seeing that giant bruise on his ribs, I felt terrible. But yes, anyway, point being, he took one off the hand, which you've got no padding there. It's not like getting hit in the thigh or getting hit in the butt or something. That's it's just skin and bones right there on the hand. So luckily nothing broke, and he's off to a great start in spring, which I think for him might mean so. We always talk about how it doesn't mean much. I think for somebody who's coming off a dreadful year and they were, he's getting all the threats and it was just a disastrous year. I think this goes a long way into building up that confidence, whether you want to buy into the numbers or not. I think it means a little more to somebody who's coming off a season like that.
No question. Yeah, so really, really nice to see him. He's a guy easy to root for just because everybody's so overreacted to that. And then, it stands to reason. I mean, if you go back, and I can't remember who we were talking to, but they were like, well, if you go by the every other year.
Yeah, with Garver.
He's due.
He's due. And the offense, for those that do buy into the numbers, I threw these out there after Monday. I'm not sure where the numbers sit right now, but after Monday's game, Mariners were second in all of spring training in runs scored behind the Cubs. It scored 114 runs. Cubs were number one at 126. Does it mean anything? Does that mean that's going to translate? No, but it's maybe goes like we just talked about with Mitch, maybe for some of the other guys that had a down year that didn't do what you were hoping they were going to do. It just kind of helps give you a little confidence. Maybe they relax a bit, like, okay, I'm feeling good. I've got my timing. I'm scoring. I'm seeing the ball. I'm scoring. Whatever is going on. I don't think there's any downside to good production and feeling like, all right, I'm hitting my stride right now.
Yeah, I think that's a guy that we talked about, that maybe if just we talk about all the question marks, and maybe if Mitch Garver becomes a good, reliable DH, which we haven't had for a long time, that would go a long ways to maybe winning one extra game, which is what the whole thing came down to.
Yeah, and that's true for Haniger. That's true for JP. That's true for Rosarena to an extent. He didn't come here and light it up. Polanco certainly.
Which I think Polanco's been good at the plate since he's been back, but I don't know about, the fielding and how he looks at third base. But anyway, by the way, we started something with this mitt glove thing. Yeah. So now all of a sudden people are making it a thing.
Is it a thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the 360, I'm sorry, this is the 206. It says, Dave, you should ask the 360 if he calls it a soda or does he call it a pop. We're not even going to even start that one.
Which one is the East Coast? I've called them both.
Soda's East Coast.
Soda's East Coast?
Oh, So here's a haunting story.
I grew up
calling it. It is. I grew up calling it pop my whole life, Midwest.
Yeah.
Go to school in the East Coast. I said pop like the first or second day there. Everyone turns, starts laughing at me. He's like, pop. He called the soda pop, and then they all just made fun of me.
That's
the rest of the time there. Yeah,
that's horrifying.
So
okay?
Soda's on the East Coast.
You okay?
Yeah, for about a week. It was
so that's
tough.
what happened to Lefko.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure that out. No, you know what? We used to call it a Coke.
Yeah, just sort of the generic term.
Yeah, the generic term was a Coke, and it's like, what do you want? Coke? Yeah. What flavor? 7-Up. Yeah. I guess that's what we did. I don't know. But yeah, you always called any soda a Coke.
Yeah, I've called it pop and soda. I was in. I guess it is an East Coast West Coast thing, because in the East Coast, when you're out here, you say I'm standing in line. I'm in line for this, that, or the other. Out there, they say I'm standing on line.
Yeah,
I'm online.
Oh, that is weird. Boy, finally we figure out what happened to Mike Lefko.
Yeah, he was traumatized.
For saying pop.
I'm just glad he made it through to be the fine young gentleman that he is now.
True. He overcame.
He overcame a lot.
God bless you, Mike.
All right. The Seahawks seem to be banking on one thing when it comes to this offensive line. We'll talk about that coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
DK Metcalf traded, Geno Smith traded. I will say I love this. I really do. The goal isn't to build a good team. The goal is to build a great team. And that is going to take some risk.
You feel like you're just stuck in the middle. You just don't want to be stuck. We're in the business of doing what's best for the organization. And these moves this weekend, were ultimately what was best for the organization.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, and outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 16th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Are
you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Texters are going crazy, Dave. We're just off track from soda and pop.
It's amazing how easy it is to manipulate them.
It's not even an intentional thing.
Bob and I are just like pulling the puppet.
That's right. We said this will get the text thing going berserk. 208 Idaho says, to go along with the soda and pop thing, the Midwest mostly doesn't say lunch. It's breakfast, dinner, and supper.
Give me a break.
I don't think I've ever said supper. Certainly I've heard it, but that sounds like an old cowboy movie thing. Time for supper, Pa.
Here's somebody that says they called out sick. Called out sick, not called in sick.
Yeah. Huh. It's weird. Regional thing, I guess. Yeah. Whatever. So, weigh in on that if that's still on your mind. Is it soda? Is it pop? Are you calling? I got to call in. I'm calling in sick today, or are you calling out sick?
Yeah.
What is it? I don't know if that's a regional thing or.
And if anybody has a more tragic story than Lefko,
I don't know that that's possible.
Walking into a room in college and saying soda,
getting
pop
ridiculed because he said pop, and he's been damaged. He's got PTSD from the ribbing.
They'll run you out of the East Coast.
That's right. That's right. They know you're a fraud.
Run you out of the East Coast or off of the East Coast?
Well,
never mind.
Either way.
Never mind.
You're not there anymore.
Meanwhile, Seahawks haven't signed any old linemen in free agency. Well, they did sign Josh Jones, right? The new version of Stone Forsythe, I guess, just your kind of depth move. But does that make you believe that more and more the plan is to go with who they've got and use the draft as opposed to going out and getting? I was hoping they'd get somebody established, just somebody who at this level, what they do. They can compete at this level. They've done it against the big boys. They've got some track record. Now, that hasn't always worked. They've done that before. We were talking about, unfortunately, some of the free agents they brought in. Who's the guy from the Raiders? Gabe Jackson.
Yeah, I remember Gabe Jackson.
That
Who was
didn't
the
work.
other big?
Laken Tomlinson didn't work. DJ Fluker.
Big offensive tackle that they brought in.
Jamarcus Webb. That was a bust. Luke Jokel.
Jamarcus Webb wasn't in great shape, I remember.
Well, he was just a massive human.
Yeah.
But what was funny is at the time, he was their highest paid O-lineman.
Right.
And I think it was just under $5 million or something like that. So I think Fluker was okay for a bit. He was, but, they've taken some swings in free agency that just haven't worked on the line. And certainly, their history in terms of O-linemen they've drafted that they've re-signed to a second contract is a very short list.
Yeah.
So it's been a problem for them.
Well, and it's too bad with the Abraham Lucas. We've been talking about too many other things.
That's too bad what happened to Lincoln. Shouldn't have gone to the theater.
Lucas, if he didn't have that knee problem, I thought those two were going to be like the bookends there for tackles. And,
I suppose he still could be. We could. We still don't really know what the injury is. Even asking him directly, we still don't really know what it is.
Right. Well, and the other thing I would say about that is Charles Cross, I think, is a really good player. I think he proved that. But last year,
it was
not really. I mean, and he got beat a couple of times that I didn't see him get beaten that way before. So
how much of it do you think was attributed to the guy to his right, though?
Yeah.
Who was having a down year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely, which would be Laken Tomlinson. Yeah. So I think those guys help each other out. And I just thought the whole offense just in general didn't do anybody on the offensive line any favors. One of I think the best things I've heard all day was Lefko just now. And, look, it's not just about Will Fries, but like Mike was saying, nobody heard of Will Fries. I'm sorry, until like 3 days ago. And now everybody's bitching because he can't, they didn't sign him. And why did they not get Will Fries in here? Nobody even knows. Everybody had to look him up. So,
I think that was a texter that I was reading you the text when they said he had a subpar 3 years, and then he had 4 good games before the terrible leg break. Yeah, and now you want to pay him $88 million? No thanks. Was just to paraphrase what the texter was saying.
Yeah, I saw that too. But yeah, I think Mike, that's well said. I mean, it just. But maybe he turns out to be a really good player, and we'll look back and lament that one. But I just think it just speaks to the fact that it gets entirely overplayed, and people are kind of panicking a little bit. So and I feel like no matter who they sign in free agency, it's probably going to be taken like Donnie Barrels signing.
Well, there is a similarity between the Mariners offense and the Seahawks O-line in that it's not a new thing. It's not something that just happened this past season and, oh my goodness, how do we fix it? It's been kind of an ongoing complaint with each respective fan base, and I think for good reason. I think it's proven to be problematic. Whether it's the scouting, whether it's the coaching, the evaluation of these players, I don't know. And we put it on John because the buck stops with John. He's the GM, but he's not making these decisions on his own in an office. He's got a whole team of scouts, and he's talking to the coaches. It's a collective. It's a group thing. So I don't know what goes into their evaluation of a player, but maybe that's something they revisit or should if they haven't. I don't know why it's been a problem.
Yeah, well, and I think also it's harder and harder just for the league in general, and I think everybody says that. Pretty much. I mean, maybe they don't say it in Philadelphia or last year with the Chiefs. I mean, the Lions.
Until the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Chiefs O-line got their butt kicked.
They got whooped. So, yeah, I mean, it's just hard in general to find those guys. And I still go a lot with some of the things that Mark Schleyer says.
Yeah, it's but I think you're right in that there'll be a sense of disappointment because it won't be the names that are being put out there. Every site has their top free agents remaining and the top O-linemen and the top quarterbacks left in each position. And as the guards and O-linemen in general, whether it's a tackle or a guard, have come off the board, it feels like, I think there is a sense of, dread that was attached to the Mariners offense when we're seeing the big names going off the board, going to all these other teams, and then the next level of big names go to other teams, and you're going, okay, well, who's coming here to help the offense? And you brought up Solano and saying it might be something like that happens with the O-line, that it could be a journeyman guy who's just a solid player, not a Pro Bowler, but maybe they go that route because of what they believe they have in the building. And the wild card is the new coach, the new system. We don't know. We don't have any idea how big of an impact that's going to have. It might be night and day. I have no idea. I don't know what Kubiak brings to the table in the way of helping an O-line that struggled big time. So is he I don't think he's a magician. I don't think he's going to just turn it from being one of the worst in the NFL to one of the best, but maybe he brings it up to, kind of the middling point. He feels like there's talent here. It just wasn't utilized the right way.
Yeah, what did Geno get sacked? 50 times, I think. I think it was between 50. He was like
only there were a way to find out.
I think it was third or fourth. And then we talked about this the other day. The run game was 28th. So yeah, those are the two easiest indicators of whether or not you have a good offensive line. And so hopefully that can be mitigated by whatever the play call is, or just like I like to call it, offensive line friendly plays.
Geno was 50
sacks.
Yeah. What's weird, I'm looking it up on ESPN, and it's got the team logo next to their name. It's so weird because he's third and it's got a Raiders logo.
Yeah.
Fourth is Sam Darnold at 48 sacks with a Seahawks logo.
It's funny because today I looked on ESPN and they both had Seahawk logos.
Oh, they
Geno
did?
and Darnold. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of sacks for the two quarterbacks there.
Yeah, 98 between them.
That's right. So, but yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. what Mark Schlereth has to say about that, and how he really does think that that offensive system can really help offensive linemen.
Yeah, and he quickly before we hit the break here, he made a good point, just saying teams don't let good old linemen go to free agency because of how hard it is to find them.
Once you have a good offensive lineman in your organization, you try to keep those guys. And ultimately, in today's game, it's really hard to develop young players because you never put on pads. It's hard. That position is exceptionally across the board is exceptionally hard. And, you got to rely on one another. You got to play for one another. You got to be able to communicate with one another. You've got to be able to, the whole thing is it's all five becoming one. And it's hard to do that when, you're not in pads and you're not doing the things that, to me, that need to be done to be good.
To Mark, hard is spelled H-O-R-D. It says hard. It's hard. But emphasis on hard, definitely. And I think that is really, and he said he's complained to Roger Goodell about it. It's like, you want to clean up play and make it better, especially on the offensive line, allow guys to hit deep into the season. Not like for the entire practice, but just every once in a while. You have to practice that. And that's why it is difficult to develop the young guys.
All right, coming up, it is Wednesday, time for the hypothetical. What if Wednesday? What if one hire didn't happen this offseason? Would the Seahawks roster look completely different right now? We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
How do I feel? I feel content. Once again, Mike McDonald is shaping this team in the image that he wants it.
I like the price. I like the leadership and the relationships with the teammates.
You like a guy that's been on 5 teams?
No. I don't love that there's kind of a high floor, limited ceiling.
One thing you have to add to your list of what you like about this, A, 27, but more importantly, B, he knows the system inside and out.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at EmeraldQueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. Wait, they got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What? What? It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
It is time for What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. You hear Uncle Rico in that open there. He's on the new season of White Lotus.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he was on the previous season as well, but he's back.
Does Matt watch that show?
I don't know. Do you watch
Love
that?
White Lotus.
Okay.
Amazing.
Now I know what not to watch.
Yep, there we go.
So far, he's had like 3 lines. He just sits and doesn't say anything for the most part, at least to this point.
Yeah, but they're building to something.
Yeah, it's good. I love that show. That's a good show. Anyway.
Too highbrow for Dave.
Dave will go.
Oh, sure.
What is it?
I can't figure it out.
The Black Lily. I don't know what
The TV show. I don't understand. What are they saying? Jeez.
I like how you have the same imitation for each other. You both sound exactly the same. All right, time for the hypothetical. Today's hypothetical is, what if Pete Carroll wasn't coaching in the NFL this season? What would that mean for Geno Smith? Would he still have demanded a trade? Would we just be talking about him with another team? How do you think that plays out?
Well, first of all, I still think he would have demanded a trade because I think Geno, he has that edge, and
he was holding a grudge.
Yeah, I think there was something, because we heard that from Brady Henderson. What great intel that was, by the way. Our guy Brady Henderson, the Seahawks reporter for ESPN, there was a time where he was out, and I don't know what we thought at that time, but it was a bit of a protest on his part. He wanted a redone deal.
He was apparently mad that they didn't redo his deal, and was carrying that through to the end of the season, according to Brady. So,
yeah. And so
I guess that's why there was no counteroffer to the Seahawks' initial offer.
Right.
They just said, nope, we want to be traded.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I think no matter what if, he's going to do the same thing. But I don't think there's any way he would be with the Raiders necessarily. I mean, I don't see what the connection would be there. But once you say,
well, they
Pete
needed
Carroll,
a quarterback. So was it about Pete Carroll, or is it just about, hey, there's a vacancy, we need a starter, and Geno's the best available starter?
To me, it was more about Pete than that. You're right. They do need somebody there. But and you know what? I'll bet. I don't know what that deal is going to be. I read somewhere, and I'm not sure if this is true because it's kind of a rare situation that you trade and then do the contract. If Geno, turns down whatever, I read somewhere that he becomes a free agent, but I'm not exactly sure if that's accurate, and it depends on the structure and all that stuff. But
you're talking about is his contract sits right now? Because he's only got 1 year. So if he doesn't sign an extension, he would be a free agent if he played this year out.
Right. So, if Geno, if Pete's not there, I think absolutely he would probably be somewhere else. You're right, they did. But I mean, or I should put it this way, it's a no-brainer that Pete brought him in there and that he wants to go to Pete. Because I think what always happened with, and the buck stopped with Pete until he left, and now it's with John. I think Pete was always the good cop. And Pete could afford to be, and by the way, that's exactly the way to play it. You don't ever want the coach going
to be the bad guy.
Yeah. I mean, I remember Chuck Knox, I'm sure, he would always go, his line was always, hey, listen, go upstairs. It was always referred to as upstairs. That was the financial part. Upstairs, and get your stuff worked out, come down, be ready to play. Now, did Chuck go upstairs and say he's only worth this much? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But, yeah, I think they played that perfectly, and I'll be excited to see Geno playing for Pete and see if they can kind of recapture the magic there.
Well, speaking of Brady, he took a step down. He was on our show, and then he went on NFL Live, so he had to take a step back. But this was from Sunday, joking, of course. He talked about why Pete Carroll was such a key factor in making the Geno trade happen.
Yeah, I think this trade largely went down with Geno Smith because Pete Carroll has been on record as saying that Geno Smith is one of his all-time favorite players, and that's why it seemed like if the Seahawks weren't able to get a deal done with Geno, once the Raiders hired Pete Carroll, that definitely seemed like a logical, landing spot in the event that the Seahawks decided that, in lieu of an extension, they were going to move on.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that they don't come to an agreement there, and honestly, I don't know how they're going to say it and how they're going to. Maybe they can structure it differently so it looks like he's getting more. But I think Geno would definitely, his attitude would be, I'll take less somewhere else than having to go back to Schneider, who's the bad cop, and tuck his tail between his legs and say, back before they traded him. I feel like that's, that's more about what it's about. But we'll see. We'll see how much more he gets than the Seahawks were going to offer him.
Well, Jeremy Fowler on SportsCenter talked about Pete Carroll saying he preferred Geno over any other free agent quarterback out there.
From what I've gathered, the Raiders simply didn't love the free agency class that was available here. They know Geno Smith. Pete Carroll wants to win now. This is not a rebuilding situation. They hired Carroll so he can get this done immediately. So he needed somebody he's comfortable with. He's very comfortable with Geno Smith from their Seattle days. They felt like they had a good kinship. Pete Carroll feels like he can win with them. And also there's the contractual piece here. Geno Smith has a year left on his deal. He wants a new contract. He had some preliminary talks, I'm told, with Seattle, but it didn't shake out. It didn't look like that was headed in the direction that Smith wanted. So I do believe that he was a factor here in wanting to go elsewhere to somebody who will pay him. And I'm told that they are going to be working on a long-term deal between Smith and the Raiders here soon.
Yeah, I think that's the obvious part of it. He wants a long-term deal. He didn't feel like he was going to get from the Seahawks. Now maybe it'll be at the same value that the Seahawks were offering. Maybe it's longer. Maybe he wanted more than 2 years. That was the report, that it was a 2-year offer in the $40 to $45 million range. Maybe he gets a 3 or 4 year deal. Who knows? We'll see what it ends up being. But he's right about, you think about it, Pete's, 72 years old. He's not looking to rebuild. He's not looking to, all right, in 3 years we're going to have this thing up and running. There's an urgency to get that done now, and you're going to do it with a guy you trust and have worked with, and it makes perfect sense.
Perfect fit. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be rooting for Geno. He did the Seahawks right. And I think we never really got a chance to know him. I do think he has that chip on his shoulder, but you know from what I understand, because I was asking around like what kind of guy is, he's ultra competitive, ultra competitive, and sometimes that can be seen as being a jerk, but you know that's just and also sometimes that is it's not to your benefit as far as financially goes, because if you have that chip on your shoulder, you're going to take sometimes less money to go somewhere where your
pride gets in the way.
Pissed at the team.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, Seahawks brought back an important piece of their defense, and we'll get Lofa Tatupu's thoughts on that and everything else going on with the team. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Why I like the Sam Darnold deal, and why the more we talked through it this morning on the show, it just made more and more sense to me, and why everybody, I think, in the league kind of felt like, yep, this made a lot of sense for John Schneider and the Seahawks.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
A deal that's similar to Geno's 3 years ago, similar to Baker Mayfield's, gives this team plenty of still cap room and opportunity, both in this draft and throughout the rest of the offseason. I think it's a win-win all the way around.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The madness tips off next week, and with it comes your chance to win the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Seattle Seahawks making moves as they add to the defense. 11 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys, and it comes to an end as DeMarcus Lawrence has a new home with the Seattle Seahawks. The four-time Pro Bowl defensive end has agreed to a 3-year deal with Seattle that includes $18 million guaranteed and a max value of $42 million. They also signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling to a 1-year deal worth up to $5.5 million in salary. Meanwhile, for the first time in his entire career, Aaron Rodgers is a free agent. It became official today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Start of the new league year. Rodgers was released by the New York Jets. Now we await his announcement as he emerges from the darkness to tell everybody like the groundhog whether he's going to play or not play.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
With all the moves the Seahawks are making or should make, and guy who can speak to all of it is with us. You go to the best, Dave. You go to one of the best to ever wear a Seahawks uniform, and your favorite linebacker in the history of this organization.
Well, I mean, I guess I got to go with myself first, Bob, as favorite.
Wow, you've climbed up the charts.
No, I'm second, behind Lofa.
This guy is with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is Lofa Tatupu. How are you, man?
I'm good, fellas. Thank you for having me.
It's always good to have you on the show, and want to get your take on all kinds of things. But the Seahawks, interestingly enough, you go into the offseason and go, boy, that O-line is problematic, and that's got to be a priority. Are they going to address it in free agency or the draft, a combo of both? And so far, they haven't addressed it, but they did address defense. They go with DeMarcus Lawrence, a guy who's going to be 33 next month, spent 11 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys, and they gave him it's not a groundbreaking deal, but it represents commitment and expectation. 3-year deal, $18 million guaranteed with a chance to make up to $42 million. What do you make of that move?
I like it. I think I look back at McDonald's time with Baltimore, and I'm sure him and John had some talks about, what Mike did over there. And, there's veteran pieces he added that, whether it was Clowney, who we've had, but particularly like Van Noy, who's had like 10 sacks every season since he's been over there. I think he finds great use out of the skill set that veterans still have when most people probably have given up on, a guy that reached 30 years or older. I think he finds ways to implement them into the game plan and, and get the most out of what the opportunity presents.
Hey, Lofa, so lots of heat, obviously, because they're signing a guy like that, and as Bob mentioned, not Will Fries, who nobody knew who the hell he was until like 3 or 4 days ago. But yeah, I'm just curious your view at obviously the Seahawks have won with John Schneider here, and they've had good drafts and they've drafted. But what do you make of just the way that they have addressed the offensive line?
I think that the plan is draft. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. If without a big splash signing, right? But I know he's probably sat down with not just Mike McDowell but also Kubiak and talked about what he needs, and if they feel that they have that available to them in the draft with a ton of picks now, then I think they'll address that during the draft.
Is that a spot on the team that you look at and say, I'd feel more comfortable with somebody who's done it at this level, going out and getting a free agent, or maybe they pull off a trade for a guy, I don't know, but just somebody who's a proven commodity at this level versus the potential. I understand they're cheaper, but you also have to deal with a learning curve, and you also have to deal with the chance that they just don't pan out when you talk about draft picks. So are there positions you look at, Lofa, where you say, no, that's better addressed with a veteran as opposed to relying on rookies or maybe even a second-year guy?
Any point of communication, absolutely. So quarterback, middle linebacker, those are, it's a lot, especially with these quarterbacks, and even linebackers. Wyman, you could attest to this when you're watching. You don't see much communication going on because it's not developed at the younger, at college level or even high school. And I'm out there for some of these college and high school games. It is, just silent. And there's no, secrets on defense, fellas. You see something, you say something. And but I think that's a big thing that's kind of missing, in the developmental piece of a lot of these positions that require communication. So, like I said, center is one of those positions, quarterback and middle linebacker. But otherwise, if it's not one of those positions, I'm not overly concerned that it's not a veteran. There's plenty of guys that can play, and then depending on the scheme fit, they pan out a little quicker. If they're asked to do something they're accustomed to doing all through college, it's not new material. It's just new verbiage and a new language to them. That's pretty much the biggest learning curve in that jump.
Hey, Lofa, at the end of my career, so I was, I had Gary Kubiak was there, and he was there with Mike Shanahan, and I've talked a lot about this, that it was almost like revolutionary that they would do, all the drills, 9-on-7, with the ones where you need to hit. They would do that in full pads, and then you'd take your pads off and go do 7-on-7. And I'm not sure, tell us about what it was like when, during your career. And then also, how much do you think that is, kind of slowing the development of some of these offensive linemen? I mean, you got to get your fits down, and you can only do that full speed, right? You can't do it in shorts and a T-shirt. And, I wonder if, just all of those rules now about hitting and how much, by the end of the year, nobody's hitting in practice. That is one of the things that makes it so hard to find good offensive line.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like it's more of how watered down the fundamentals are at every lower level. And that's trickling, those are the guys you're counting on to become the next generation, the next faces of the NFL. So it's the teachings have to go from all the way back to the beginning. Even some, it's stance, and understanding power foot and power shoulder, same arm, same shoulder, or same foot, same shoulder in a simple tackling drill. But yeah, only limiting it to 10 live reps other than camp, which is even, it's not as much as we used to get. It's one thing to drop the X's and O's. That's cool, right? We could be in shorts and talk about it. But when the bullets start flying and it's live action, man, it's you can't think your way out of that one. You have to be able to do it. And so it's definitely probably hurting the teachings and the development process. But at the end of the day, you're a professional, man. You got to learn your job. You got to know what to do in every instance and scenario, and you better do it well.
Hey, Lofa, what did you I don't think there was any big fear it wasn't going to happen, but the Seahawks did lock up Ernest Jones to a 3-year deal, which I think most people thought was crucial for them to do. Was there any surprise at the amount, the number that attached to him? Did you feel it was as crucial as everybody else, or what are your thoughts on that one?
Oh, I thought it was imperative that we get him under contract. You saw the lift in the defense, and I will add that, Tyrese came along very quickly, right next to him. And, of course, he was here for the whole offseason and OTAs and camp. So, he did a great job. But Ernest gave us a real, energetic surge boost of energy. It was kind of like when I watched Spoon run around just tagging people out there, right? No regard, just let's go. That, you add more pieces like that, and now you all of a sudden you have a very formidable, very scary defense.
Hey, Lofa, so I guess we didn't get a chance to talk to you. So much has happened. But, as far as I'll start with DK, just your thoughts there. What you thought about them trading him, and just where do you think he ranks as far as good receivers in this league? Were you kind of bummed that they traded him? Is he somebody that's that special?
He is. And obviously, a good team like it was Pittsburgh got him. They know his value, and then they paid him accordingly. And it's not often you see a guy of that size, speed, and talent, at that position. He was as big as some of the DNs when I was playing, Dave.
Yeah.
The guy's a monster. But
no kidding.
The ability, yeah. And then, slid in there to the number one spot almost, right away when he got here. And then as he continued to get stronger and faster and more knowledgeable of the offense, they started commanding double teams on him. And, that element alone is so monumental for every offense, because if two have to guard him, you got one-on-ones damn near everywhere else. And so, I think the biggest part of that equation is is JSN ready to be the number one? I know the talent's there, but you have to have somebody to take pressure off you opposite. And so whether that's a great run game or another number one on the other side, that's what really goes hand in hand to create the balance where you can attack from multiple spots and multiple positions.
The other big move is one that I don't think we expected, especially Dave and I, based on our conversation with John Schneider the previous week when we asked about Geno. He said, hey, we're talking to him tomorrow, and, he's our guy. He knows we love him, and we're going to get this done. And then literally 1 week later, he's traded. So things went the wrong way very quickly. And Dave and I were caught completely off guard on that one. What was your reaction to it when you heard that? And what do you think of Sam Darnold as the new man in charge at that spot?
Surprised, I would say, is the right word to describe it. Geno is our guy, right? And it's just everyone's your guy for a certain price. And I'm guessing with Geno and the agent, where they were like, hey, well, on the open market or if we get into a trade, this is really what we're looking at. And if you guys are willing to at least come, somewhere around that neighborhood. And they just weren't willing is what I anticipate happened, right? It's strictly business. I know John loves Geno. Everybody does. We're grateful for the years that we had with them, and I hope him success, in the future. But just, the numbers talk, right? And so I believe, if and when Geno gets signed, it's going to be significantly higher than what Sam just got. Always rooting for my Trojan brothers. Happy.
Yeah. I was going to say, other than discounting him, because he went to USC, how do you feel about that guy? Yeah.
All the weapons, all the tools, and the only thing that concerns me was the last two games, and I said this on my podcast. I said it, before when people asked me, is when. And, look, he had a number of weapons. Justin Jefferson, in my opinion, is the best receiver in the National Football League. You got Addison opposite him, Hawkinson at tight end, another great, weapon. Aaron Jones, who they just paid because they know his value. A solid O-line. You have everything, right? And so I wasn't, thoroughly impressed as, Sam, with incredible talent, just unbelievable talent, was just breezing through the regular season. But when it got time to the end, the crunch time, I was like, okay, what are we going to see? And I think it was Detroit where he was 5 trips to the red zone. I don't know if they got a touchdown. I think they got 2 field goals, some turnovers. And then you go to the Rams game, the playoff game, where it's like, all right, well, you got to flush that, right? And this is the next opportunity. And the Rams, who have one of the best front defensive lines, in the National Football League, they just made it tough on them. And I think it was a combination of things. It's never always on one guy, but it was tough, to kind of see, okay, is this someone like you got to get some pieces around him, because as I said, you had all these pieces around in Minnesota, and then a Brian Flores-led defense, which is very good. They were scoring touchdowns, left and right as a defense. So it's not just about creating opportunities for your offensive ball there, but you're going to be asked to carry the team, where he wasn't asked to do that in Minnesota. So that's kind of like how I was talking about it.
Yeah, and as far as, what about the other games, though, Lofa? I mean, and you bring up a good point that you look at the weapons that Darnold was surrounded by, but just what did you make of – he was one of the more fascinating stories, Sam Darnold, during the season, just because, you look at the first 6 years of his career, but what did you see as far as the good part of it, and how that guy sort of repaired and rejuvenated his entire career?
Absolutely. You love the story, right? That's the true competitive and grit that a determination a guy has as a competitor. I mean, it's eerily similar to Geno. And guess what? They both ended up with the Jets, right? So there's one constant in that formula, if anybody's paying attention. It's that organization. So to watch them rebound and really become who they are and who they were supposed to be when they were drafted, it was awesome to see. You always root for them to get back to, the highest, peak of their career. And so it's awesome to see both of them do that, fight for it day in and day out. When, Dave, like, doubt creeps in, right? Like, if you're sitting back on the roster and you're down with depth chart, you're just like, okay, like, how much longer am I going to be here? So just for them to stick to it. But just the biggest thing that stands out to me is he got to go to San Fran, and he got to sit there and learn, for a full year, where he did go in, he did some great things for Purdy, but he got to learn under Shanahan. And then he went to O'Connell, and O'Connell has developed a couple quarterbacks, and I feel like this is the biggest piece that a lot of franchises are missing. You either better be as a head coach, like Holmgren, who's developed quarterbacks his whole way up until he got the head coaching job, Shanahan, McVay's done a good job over there. Like, there are some guys that are just inherently better at developing at that spot, and this is one of the biggest positions, if not the biggest, on your team. So that is like the missing recipe or, formula in the recipe in the formula for success for a quarterback. And I think the biggest talent point is, look at Shanahan, drafted Trey Lance, and, didn't always get the opportunities and surrounded by weapons that he wanted, but Purdy comes in, which Mr. Irrelevant, and goes to a Super Bowl, goes to an NFC Championship. That's really, to me, the biggest piece.
First of all, I think we all know Dave Wyman never let doubt enter his mind. He was as self-assured as any player in the history of the league, Lofa. We know that. He doesn't know the word doubt. But
exactly. I was talking about how it could creep in.
That's right.
You just could.
Oh, yeah. There wasn't a game where I didn't think, oh, my God, I'm going to get killed out there. Yeah.
But what if you're Lofa, if you're the Seahawks and you're looking at the draft and you got 11 picks coming up, do you look at this and go, okay, we're good at quarterback, or do you feel like, you know what, we need some insurance and we need to look for our guy for the future? Or do you wait till next year's draft where it's supposed to be a better crop of quarterbacks? How do you approach the draft as far as the quarterback spot?
I think it really just comes down to who's available. Like when you're picking, okay, I know it's a big position. It doesn't mean we have to overinvest in it, and I say this respectfully, get a kid that, because it's a weak class or it's considered a weak class, you overdraft and just take a guy around higher because of his position rather than his talent. So I don't think we're forced to do anything right now. I honestly would have been fine with Howell getting a chance too with, the cap flexibility that he provided. So there's a number of ways you could do it, but regardless of what you do, you have to put help around him, and specifically in the trenches, in the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you think the coaching can help, Lofa? I mean, in your experience with, and I talked to Babs about this, that, when you, back in the day, it was like, this is what we're running, and you have to fit into it. And now it's kind of developed more into like, hey, let's try to make it friendly for the players, and and then they go out and get the like-minded players and try to match up in that regard. How much do you think that's the case, and that how much can that help?
You could have the greatest coach in the world that has you sure and ready of every single plan and every variable and possibility that could happen. And if you don't have any dogs in front of you, you are in trouble. That's all I'm going to say. And that's the truth. Like, it doesn't, it's a team, the ultimate team sport, because there's so many guys out there at one time, and, you're relying on each other through communication and just knowing what to do and how to do it. And so the coaching, at the end of the day, like once it comes to Sunday, you're on your own. You're out there. Yeah, you might come over and get some an adjustment, but like there's no adjustment for when your lineman's getting double reached and you're stuck there with not just a guard, but also a tackle now because your lineman just got tossed out of the way. So that's, the coaching will definitely help the mind and what it's prepared for, but to actually get through and do it, you need help.
So, Lofa, how do you view this when you take three of your most productive players from the offensive side of things out of the four? JSN's still here, but Geno's gone, DK's gone, Tyler's gone. Do you look at this as a rebuild? Do you look at this as more of it's retooling, and this should be a team that's challenging for a playoff spot next year? How do you view what they're doing? I know they're not done, but how do you view it so far?
Yeah. It's definitely, I know it has the appearances of a rebuild to everybody, but it's not. It's unfortunate that we lost, all these amazing players. But McDonald's defenses have only gotten better. You go back and check Michigan, go back and check Baltimore. It was a little rocky in the beginning to learn the foundation of the pieces and how you fit into the puzzle. But then as you got it, especially after bye week, and then made a couple roster moves. John did, especially at the linebacker position. But it's only going to get better. And I think we're going to, just another half season of, just getting into the flow, and then it'll be dominant for several years. That's the pattern I've recognized of his career and where John wants to be too. And then to play complementary ball, as they both talked about, you have to be able to run the ball in this league if you want to get anywhere into the postseason.
Lofa, what'd you think of Riq Woolen? He's kind of one of those players you wonder about. I think he's kind of polarizing, and he's up to possibly have his redo his deal. But do you think he is worthy of that? Where are you with Riq?
I don't know what that contract is. How much he has left on his contract, because the numbers, that's always something that you have to take into consideration when redoing a deal. But, just specimen-wise, size, speed, I love Riq, and it's just, what are we asking to do? Because, there was some times where it's like he just forgot to high point the ball. In great position, just go up and get it, at its highest point, high point. And so, I'm talking 3 or 4 more interceptions he comes down with easy rather than just sitting there. And he did miss some time a year ago, that, what it is, missing time, man. And then you come back and you're 80, 90%, and everybody else is 100%. And it's oh, man, just that 10 to 20% is a big difference. Yeah. In terms of doing what I'm normally able to do. Even just that, because I think he had a knee procedure, but that time missed, everyone's getting bigger, faster, stronger, and you're just trying to get back to 100%. So they are light years ahead of you, and what you're used to doing, but now you got to go do it. I've been there, and it's crazy just how fast it happens and how fast the game is at that point. So hopefully just comes in healthy and has a great season, and then the contract stuff will take care of itself, whether he's extended during the season or they come back, circle back at the end and figure it out.
Lofa, quickly, before we let you go, we saved the most important question for last. Do you call it soda or do you call it pop?
Soda. That's what we call it, soda. Who's from the Midwest? Because they call it pop.
I think they call it soda pop in the Midwest, and the East and West Coasts are one or the other.
And I'm West Coast guy, Lofa,
gross.
like you, and we used to just call it a Coke. But
yeah, okay, that plays too. And like, so you go to the drive through, and you know, hey, let me get a Coke, and they hand you a Sprite, and you're like, yeah, whatever.
That's right.
Lofa, you're the best. We appreciate you, man. Thanks as always for spending some time with us, and we look forward to talking soon.
All right, fellas, take care. Appreciate
Thanks, buddy.
it.
There you go, Lofa Tatupu, everybody. One of the greats to ever wear a Seahawks uniform, and love talking with him. Meanwhile, what does this Seahawks season look like with Sam Darnold at quarterback? We'll hear a couple of conversations about that in Best of the Rest. Comes your way next with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that?
Unbelievable.
Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Swedish is the only CyberKnife center in the Pacific Northwest, and compared with other radiation treatments, which can sometimes last 6 to 9 weeks, by the way, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter. It's typically 5 days or less. CyberKnife's advanced robotic technology can track your slightest body movement, adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme accuracy, sparing healthy tissue. And the vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and may continue normal activities during treatment. So CyberKnife offers curative cancer treatment while minimizing side effects and disruption to a patient's life. Also, the experienced CyberKnife team has helped advance the field with research protocols and published findings. And Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over Washington state. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on Federal Returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
The madness tips off next week, and with it comes your chance to win the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, I'm just not good at math.
Let's tone it down.
It's time for the best of the rest.
How dare you?
It's time for Best of the Rest. We'll take a listen to what's happening on the other shows and render the proper opinion on said topics, and both the same topics. Start with Brock and Salk. They were talking about the Seahawks need to build this team up around their brand new quarterback. They got to build up this team around Sam Darnold.
Needs help now, too. Okay, so that's kind of the next part of this. So you added to your defense. You bring Ernest back. You bring Jaron back. I don't want another dime spent in free agency on defense. I really don't.
Yep, same.
I think there's opportunity. 5 of those 92. There's a great corner that's sitting there at 50 that's tumbled that you love.
But how have they not
52?
yet addressed the guard or center position? It's really bizarre.
I think that's a fair.
Really, I mean, I know I've been sort of laughing about it and trying to have fun with the whole thing all day and sort of saying, well, they seem to have a reason why.
Well, I'll give you the reason, and you can scream at me and yell at me if you want, but
I'm
I'll
not
give
going
you.
to do that. I'm trying to be calm now.
Okay.
It's
good.
just bizarre.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the reason. The reason is they've got some really good grades on some of these interior offensive linemen in this draft. And I think there's some guys there that we have already mentioned, and Todd mentioned a bunch of them, that, there's enough supply that someone could very well be there. And maybe your number one guy at number 18. And as Todd also said, those guys are a little more plug-and-play, Salk, than they've been. Abe Lucas started for 4 years, so you know what he could do? Come in here and start. Charles Cross started for 3 years, so you know what he could do? Come in here and start. I don't want a one-year wonder. The kid out of Ohio State that started for 3+ years, love that dude.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that at Alabama started for 3+ years, Booker, love that dude. Right guy, Gray Zabel, that started for 3 years at North Dakota State, was there for 5.
On that list? Did he start for a while?
Yes, he did.
You could use 2 guards.
DJ would double down on that. Todd would double down on that. Mayock would double down on that.
It's not enough.
That you could find a starting guard, plug and play.
Need both.
Your left guard in
Need
this
both.
draft.
Need both.
Okay.
It's not enough. Nope, not enough.
Well, look, I think Brock's right. I mean, there's a ton, but, go back to what Mark Schlereth said, that it's harder to develop guys at the NFL level because of the lack of padded practices. I mean, you have to practice hard. The other thing I would say is, what's everybody looking for? And let's not act like the Seahawks are the Lone Ranger here as far as offensive line goes. I mean, I know that you ask most GMs, and they'll say there's maybe 5 or 6 teams that have the offensive line they want. Mm-hmm. So that's what worries me, is that, yeah, there's supposed to be all these interior offensive linemen, but everybody needs that. So are they going to be there? You know, and I don't know how you plan for that, because you don't know what's going to happen in the draft. You don't know who's going to take what. So
when you don't know who's trading up, who's trading down, there's all kinds of things that happen that night, which leads to, okay, why not set yourself up with a level of assurance and say, we're going after this veteran right here. We know we can get him for X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
And to this point, they haven't. Now maybe they will. We'll see what happens. But to this point, some of the bigger names you heard out there, whether we watched interior line, we're watching guards on other teams or not, it's just you get conditioned. You're reading. All right, here's the best available O lineman. Here are the best available D lineman. Here are the best available quarterbacks. So, and you're seeing the same names over and over and over. And you, as a fan, talk yourself into, well, this guy's listed. He's number 1 on everybody's list as far as the best available guard. And here's number 2, and when you see number 1 go away, and then number 2 go away, number 3, I kind of get it. It doesn't mean me or any listener out there is an expert and watched every moment of that guy's career. You're sort of just trusting all these analysts that tell you these are the best available at this position group, and that's a position group of need for your team, so you're keeping an eye on where these guys are going. And there's a little, I don't know if panic is the word, but I think there's a little anxiousness developing to this point, especially we saw the reaction to the Dexter Lawrence signing or DeMarcus Lawrence, where we had people that didn't seem so happy about that. Like, why are you spending that money over there and you haven't done anything with the old line yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's fans' jobs, right? They get emotional. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that you can't do as a GM. You can't get emotional. So, again, I mean, like I thought Mike put it perfectly. Nobody knew who Will Fries was. But, I get it. Just in general, you can complain about it. You don't know about each and every single free agent, offensive guard or center, but what do they need? What is the one place? Again, 28th in the run game, and then that's where they ranked out of 32, and then 50 sacks on Geno. So, and Sam Darnold got sacked a lot as well.
Yeah. I would say most people don't know the guards on any other team. You might hear their name. I mean, if we challenge the listeners right now, tell me the Eagles guards without looking it up. Who are they? They've got one of the best O-lines in the entire game, and I'm guessing a lot of people will be like, I can't remember.
Yeah.
I can't remember the guy's name. All right, moving on. Bump and Stacy, we're talking about the difference between Sam Darnold and Geno Smith at that quarterback spot.
What can Sam Darnold do that Geno Smith can't? And you've been looking at these two quarterbacks, watching some tape. What have you found?
All right, when it comes to Geno, he operates better with chaos going on around him. When you have one of the worst offensive lines in the game, that's just a regular Sunday for you. You're going to know that there are going to be bodies at your feet. The pocket is going to collapse. Can I stand in there and just make the tough throw? Geno showed that he can do that. Now, both of these quarterbacks were some of the most pressured quarterbacks in the game. I look at Sam Darnold. He wasn't asked to work from the pocket as much as Geno Smith was asked to work from the pocket. When you're the Seahawks and you're in shotgun most of the time, you're going to be throwing from the pocket. When I look at Sam Darnold, there was more play action. And that's one of the things I feel like Sam Darnold's better than Geno at, is the body language and the play action. He does that better than Geno. And it's simply, part of it is because he was asked to do it. Geno wasn't asked to do that very much. We saw Geno under center a few times, and then remember there was a couple times he got his foot stepped on. It's like we never saw it again. Grubb was like, "Nah, we're good. We're good. We execute that."
Shotgun only.
I think that if Geno was given the opportunity, he probably could have gotten better at that. But his body language, I never really believed that he was going to hand the football off. Now, that's me from the press box looking down. As a linebacker, who knows? He probably could influence him a bit more than he was influencing me. Mm-hmm. But that's the main thing that sticks out. Geno Smith better under pressure. Sam Darnold more of a magician with the football and play action.
That's a great point that Bump brings up there. And that is what I see. out of Sam Darnold is that he is better at under the center, and then you really have to sell it. You have to sell the run.
Boomer Esiason.
So difficult.
He was the king.
It was unbelievable how hard, watching him on film and then having to play against him. He was just incredible. And it's not just him. It's everybody. It's the entire offensive line. It's like we have to sell it. Mark Schler told us a funny story yesterday about how in one of the Super Bowls they ran trap pass, and so after the game and they won, I think it was the one where they beat Atlanta, he goes to Gary Kubiak, Clint's dad, and goes, "Hey, we never ran the trap first. You got to run the trap first, then call trap pass." And so that's exactly just a funny story, first of all, that's what you would talk about after a Super Bowl win. But also just that, you have to sell that first, and you have to be able to do it well. A lot of people say, oh, you don't necessarily have to run the ball well to have play action. I totally disagree with that. You have to have some threat there at running the ball, and the Seahawks had zero threat last year.
All right, coming up, one NFL expert believes the Seahawks are one of the biggest winners in free agency. We're going to hear that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
DK Metcalf traded, Geno Smith traded. I will say I love this. I really do. The goal isn't to build a good team. The goal is to build a great team. And that is going to take some risk.
You feel like you're just stuck in the middle. You just don't want to be stuck. We're in the business of doing what's best for the organization. And these moves this weekend were ultimately what was best for the organization.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Feeling lucky? Well, you should, because there's a pot of $300,000 in cash just waiting to be won. Follow the end of the rainbow to Silver Reef every Saturday night in March to throw your hat into the ring. 2 new winners drawn every hour from 6:30 to 11:30 p.m. Get ready for lucky spins, lucky wins, and a night of fun like there's never been. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Dan. Dan, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I had the same insurance company for 30 years and just accepted all the premium increases as inflation or feeling tethered to them because I have earthquake coverage and was uncertain about being able to get that anywhere else. But when I talked to Ken at First Mark, wow, he came back with bigger umbrella policy, better earthquake coverage, which I didn't think was possible. And when he came down with the premium number, it was a no-brainer. We were saving over $2,500 a year. Don't wait, because it's annoying to think of what I could have done with that money over the last 10 years had I done something sooner.
Well, Dan did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to as well. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Seeing a lot of this now, the quote winners and losers of free agency. Articles come out, talking points on podcasts, including on the Monday Morning Quarterback podcast, Sports Illustrated thing with Albert Breer, and then the other voice you're going to hear is Connor Orr kind of chiming in. So Albert Breer was asked by Connor to name one team that he thinks has been a winner in free agency.
So I'll say the Seahawks.
I agree.
You look at the young base of players, and it's guys like Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Kenneth Walker and Charles Cross. And there's a lot of good young players there. Reek Woolen, and they're sort of spread throughout the roster. And if you look at it near them and you say, we're not going to re-sign DK Metcalf, we're $10 million apart in our negotiation with Geno, well, then is it a bad result to come out of that with Sam Darnold, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick? No. So now they've got 5 picks in the top 100. They got 7 years younger and ostensibly cheaper at quarterback as well. And they've got this young core that can kind of grow up. They've got their offensive coordinator now, and Clint Kubiak, who I think will last there. Unless they win too big, I guess, right? This is to me, the sort of way of kind of moving the ball forward.
I get what he's saying. Everything needs to fall the right way. Right, Sam Darnold needs to be Sam Darnold from last year. He is younger and he is cheaper, but is he better? That's the question, and it's the most important question. Did you improve yourself at quarterback, or is it a lateral move or a step back? We'll find out. And then, draft picks, how do they use them, and do they pan out?
Well, it's kind of funny because you could go on a negative rant stating those exact same things.
Mm-hmm.
You could say, there's nobody like DK. Geno is better than Darnold. You could go on and on and on. It's just kind of refreshing to actually hear it put that way. And I'm sure that's what John thinks, and his staff is probably, and Mike McDonald, that's probably what they're thinking. No, this is what we're doing. This is, and putting it that way, I think is very interesting. But the fun part is going to be, this is going to be a conversation we're going to be having until the end of the season next year.
Sweeping the dial.
The 49ers had a press conference to address everything that they've been doing, which is kind of letting everyone go. And their GM, John Lynch, explained, you have to take a step back at some point, and that's what they're doing.
I think since Kyle and I've been here, we've been, certainly a top 5, I believe, number 2 cash spending team. In the last 5 years, I think 4 years, going into the 4th year, I think we're the 4th highest cash spending team. So we're at some point you have to reset a little bit, or at least recalibrate. You can't just keep pressing the pedal. And I think there's some good that can come out of it. We need to get younger. I think we're the oldest team in football, trying to make a run at the deal last year. And I think it's good to constantly get younger. Our draft class last year was a great move towards that.
Oldest team in football.
Well, I think Trent Williams really skews it for him. Isn't he like a
42,
97, 93? I'm not sure. No, he's one of the older players. Let me look. Now I'm curious. He's 30. He'll be 37 this year in July. They've gotten rid of Deebo Samuel. Hargrave signed with the Vikings. They're still trying to sign Brock Purdy. You still have Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk, and who was the wide receiver that got shot last year that they got? Pearsall. Yeah. So
they are trying to get younger, and that's just the painful part of going through that. And I'm sure what they're going to say, hey, this isn't a step back, this isn't a rebuild,
it's a reimagination.
They
got rid of Hufanga, their safety. He's gone.
Yeah. Who's the other guy yesterday besides that?
Greenlaw.
Yeah, Dre Greenlaw. Mike and I were talking about that yesterday. It's a shame that he blew his calf out running out on the field in the Super Bowl, but
his Achilles,
he's a monster.
He's a hell of a player.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, this is kind of funny, and good logic behind it too. So Josh Allen had a press conference today after his new massive contract, and he's explaining why he didn't ask for $60 million a year from the Bills.
It didn't seem like, to my perspective, I was taking a whole lot less. The way that I make sense of it, when you start getting these fairly big numbers throughout the entire league, it's weird to say this, but what's 5 more going to do for my life that I can't already do right now? It's not that crazy to me. I live a pretty good life. Got a house, got a car. We're good. I wasn't looking to absolutely kill them in every chance that I could, and I told my agent that. I was like, hey, if this has any impact on the cap, let's figure out a way to not do that. So again, both sides were willing to move and change different things, and it was a pretty calm-mannered negotiation is what I can say, at least what I can hear on both sides. So it was good.
Did you say fairly big numbers?
Yeah, he did say that.
Didn't he agree? Isn't it $250 million guaranteed?
Yes, it is. $250 million.
He's right. What would an extra 5 here or there do? Nothing.
Well,
you're right.
And I'm happy that one of the players is actually saying this, because I've been bringing this up and going, yeah, I'm throwing away other people's money, but at what point? And I guess we're there. At what point do you get to where it's like, for an extra $5 or $10 million, I'd rather be here.
Yeah, I guess the point is $250 million guaranteed. That's when you can go, let's 5 between friends.
He says,
keep it.
I have a car and a house.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Did you also notice the important omission there? He's newly married. Didn't say anything about the wife. So
he didn't?
Hopefully he has a nice couch to sleep on.
Oh, you think it? Well, he's talking about things that money can buy.
Yeah, she's not for sale. What's the matter with you,
Lefko? Buy her
Lefko?
nice things.
She's not property. But no, I just like they said, there's some fairly big numbers. Really fairly big. Huh.
Yeah, but I think we're at that point where
he's got generational wealth.
$5 million, $10 million here and there.
Yeah, and that I don't know how many endorsements he does.
You know what's funny? We used to use that phrase all the time at Merrill Lynch when I worked there in 1988. And I was like, this is generational wealth. And, you would have these businessmen. One guy owned this huge Freuhoff, I think it was called, trucking company. And you would use that phrase, generational wealth. And then in the last, 12 years, it's seeped into the NFL. Now, all of a sudden, these players are truly getting generational wealth.
Well, it certainly should be, unless they, go Mike Tyson in his heyday and blow through $400 million. But
he blew right through that.
He did.
I'd like to see the receipts on that.
By all accounts, he wasn't destitute and living on a street, but he was not in good shape financially, and then the hangover happened and turned his life around. And now look at him.
Some dumb bleep cops left it there.
Nice. That's hilarious. All right, there you go. And Josh, a man of the people, he doesn't need an extra 5. He's fine. He's not trying to work over his own team. He wants to win, by God. So he doesn't need $60 million a year. He's going to make $250 guaranteed. Work for him. What was the total value? $330 or something like that? I think the total value.
I like that Lefko concentrated on he can buy a couch to sleep on because he didn't say anything about his wife.
About buying his wife.
No, because he said, I have a pretty good life. And you'd think you mentioned your wife in there.
Yeah,
in addition
you're
to
right
the
about
house
that.
And single car.
You'd be like, yeah, I'm blessed. Beautiful wife. Yeah.
Why are you trying to stir up stuff at his house?
Because I like everyone to be miserable.
Yeah. Schadenfreude. All right, coming up, we're just weeks away from the start of Mariners season. We're going to catch up with our guy, Jon Morosi. He's coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What can Sam Darnold do that Geno Smith can't?
Oh, Sam's arm's better. It's stronger. Sam's arm talent is crazy. Geno's placing of the football has been better. When I watched the last few games of the season with Sam Darnold, he was getting pressured, and some of his throws were off. He doesn't feel comfortable when he's sitting there and you have big D-line and linebackers getting at him. The Kubiak offense should help him get better at that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Down, set, Pizza Hut, Make the play of the game with Pizza Hut. Buy any large Pizza Hut pizza and get another one free. Use code HUT at checkout. That's code HUT for a buy one, get one free exclusive offer to 710 Seattle Sports listeners. No one out pizzas the Hut.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 16th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb, expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less. And soon, one expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather shipping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Seahawks making a move to address their defense today as they signed DeMarcus Lawrence after 11 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys and 4 Pro Bowls. He is now a member of the Seattle Seahawks on a 3-year deal worth a max value of $42 million with $18 million in guarantees. Meanwhile, the Eagles are signing former Green Bay Packers running back A.J. Dillon to a 1-year deal, according to ESPN. Going to join, obviously, a team that finished second in rushing yards with just over 3,000 during the 2024 season. So a very stacked running back room, adding A.J. Dillon to the mix.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
I've never heard a person walk out of the stadium and say, wow, I wish that game would have included more weighting.
He is an endless source of baseball and hockey knowledge.
José Berríos, el lanzador de Puerto Rico en el Clásico Mundial de Béisbol.
Jon Morosi, every week with Wyman and Bob.
You're being serious with me right now?
He's already smiling, Dave. Look at him, ear to ear.
What is it? Did Lefko actually hit on a joke or something?
No, the Open just makes me smile. It really does.
It does me too.
All these months, I'm not even sure exactly what the date was of the aforementioned Morosi drop about do you wish that game would have included more weighting? It just makes me grin every time, and I think that I'm going to have to, as the game innovates and we find new and improved methods. By the way, now with the automated strike zone and the challenge system, I did love, not sure if you caught this, but I think it was yesterday in the Dodger game, the last batter of the game challenged 2 pitches consecutively and was correct. So he had this amazingly discerning eye. A ball that was a fraction of an inch off the plate in, a fraction of an inch off the plate away. So he gets new life, back-to-back pitches. He's seeing the ball so well. And then he waves at strike 3. A splitter that was in the dirt. That part of it just really, I thought was perfect. It was the back-to-back nailing the challenge, and then waves at the breaking ball down and away, and that's the end of the game. That's how the game ended. It was just perfect.
Well, we saw a couple of those when we were in Peoria, a couple of challenges, and what I liked about it, John, is it was really quick. There was no, hey, we're going to New York and waiting, the headsets, none of that. There's a guy, I was sitting a few seats away from him up in the press box who I don't know, what his role was, but he had it up on his screen and he was keeping notes, and it was pretty immediate. As soon as the ump made the announcement to the crowd that, whether it was the pitcher or the hitters is going to challenge this pitch, it was maybe 3 or 4 seconds later. You look to the big screen and it shows a graphic,
and there it is.
It was really quick, though. I thought that makes it, to me, for those that are, I don't know, a little resistant to it. Maybe that helps smooth that out a bit. The speed of which this happens.
I agree, and I believe that, like your point, Bob, if you were a player, or if you were a player or a fan or an executive who had some reservations, it's important to watch the game with that new technology in place and see what you think. When it is a 10 or a 12-second process and you see it animated on the board, honestly, just the technology of being able to pinpoint a baseball on the board like that is kind of fun to see in and of itself.
Plus, they show the distance by which it missed. Like it is 0.8 inches, 0.4 inches, and it shows it just barely outside of that little box.
In real time.
It's great.
And listen, and certainly the game has changed. We don't have it's not the old-time peanuts and Cracker Jacks mentality across the major leagues, of course. But I appreciate this new innovation in that it's the reveal is exciting. I can't remember which umpire said this, but he announced after the challenge was made and the challenge was denied. So basically there was the challenge on that, and he said the call was surprisingly correct. Yeah. That's what the umpire said of his own call. The call was surprisingly correct. That's and now great. We move on. It was a little bit of theater, and I appreciated it. And in general, at the end of the day, I think the heroes in a lot of ways, certainly the technological advancement of MLB and the people that are front and center in the tech world, it's amazing technology. It is really extraordinary what they're able to do, part A. But part B, the willingness of the umpires to help get the call right. It is, on some level, humbling to have your work checked in front of thousands of people in the ballpark and millions watching at home. It's a humbling process.
Yeah.
But it affirms what those of us who've been lucky to cover the game and spend time around the umpires know to be true, is that intrinsically they really do want the game to be the star. Now, certainly there have been umpires with big personalities, and I get that. But even the guys with big personalities, they want the game to be the star, and they want fairness to prevail, and they want to get the calls right. And if the technology helps them get the call right, and again, it's not going to be in place for this current MLB season, but based on this trial and based on the success that players have had with it in the minor leagues, would suggest to me that it's not terribly far away, and that once it arrives, it's going to be a really good thing.
That's good to hear, JP, because I feel like the umpires in MLB have, kind of taken it on the chin a little bit. Mm-hmm. And, I think we felt, I guess there's still a few guys, right, that are the old school guys that kind of seem to think that.
CB Buckner.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, that was the thing I loved about the NFL officials. I always felt like they were there to help me and that they weren't the show. But it just, I don't know. I feel like those guys have gotten kind of a bad rap. Maybe sometimes for good reason. But
right, and it interests me, and I didn't think that we were going to necessarily delve into this topic, but I love it. And I'm actually going to ask you a question, Dave, because I know in hockey, the officials will basically, if they believe there's too much stick involvement on a possible hook or a hold, if there's a puck battle and there's a free hand and maybe the defending player is restraining him a little bit, there's a little bit of interference going on, which basically for the more casual fan would look like almost a pick. You can't set a moving pick in hockey, and so that kind of movement would impede the progress of a player. And you would sometimes hear an official say, no, that's enough, let him go, and we'll try to help avoid calling the penalty, and then all of a sudden whistle, nope, you didn't let him up too much. And there's a conversation. And so I wonder in the NFL, because things happen so fast in that sport, is there enough time for a hold or I guess you'd probably have it be more the hold, or back in the day what the 5-yard chucking rule would have been. I'm just curious, how much conversation is there with the back judge, with the official on things like that?
Yeah, I don't think they're loath to overturn something, and you see them every once in a while, like particularly a holding penalty. They'll get together and kind of go, and I think their idea is let them play. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of like, and you have to have the burden of proof there. So again, like I said, I felt like those guys were there to help us. They didn't think they were part of the show or anything. So
interesting.
But, yeah, I don't know how you do it. The other thing is, if you ever, and we'll get on to baseball, I promise, but real quick, if you look at those guys, their ability to get out of the way. I mean, you don't see them get a run over that much, and they're still trying to make the call. So there's a lot of talent involved there.
Yeah. And whether it's the football officials who, to your point, are able to dodge the really significant collisions in hockey. I mean, those guys never leave the ice. That's the biggest thing. A shift lasts 30, 35 seconds, 40 seconds, and they're out there. They never get a break. And now they're not sprinting maybe at the level of a Connor McDavid, but they're out there. They never get a break. So I always say the hockey officials, the linesmen, they're some of the best conditioned people, let alone officials, that you're going to see anywhere.
So, John, what do we take away from spring training stats? We're so conditioned to say, don't pay attention to them, good or bad. Don't read too much into them. But I was trying to make the case earlier for somebody who's coming off a dreadful season. When they see success and they see that they're seeing the ball and their timing is there, that maybe it carries a little extra weight. Speaking specifically of Mitch Garver, but it could be a lot of guys on the team. He's having a really good spring to this point. Got hit in the hand. Right. We'll see how that impacts him. No broken bones or anything according to the test results. But do you put a little more maybe into the numbers of a guy who's coming off, what we look at as a dreadful year and he's finding success at the spring training level, or do you say none of it matters until they hit the ground running on day one?
I think that the way you laid it out, Bob, is perfect. And there is, in my opinion, weight on Mitch Garver's spring, especially because it did seem like a lot of last year's struggles, while there may have been some physical components to it, but that it was a mental grind for him. And so, yes, I agree, the hit by pitch this week was concerning. I think because he had been in such good form and looked like he had put a lot of last year behind him. And so because he had such a difficult year emotionally, mentally, just getting comfortable in a new place, to see him having success, to see him off to a good start, seeing the ball well, to use your wording, I think was really important. I would say the same for Polanco, who's had a pretty solid spring as well. I think the Mariners in general, and Arizona, by the way, is a good place to build your confidence. You might say that Seattle is not the easiest one to maintain your confidence during the course of the year, but Arizona can give you a boost early. And I would even say that Julio's spring has been good. And he has been a slow starter who has had some inconsistencies even in his good years. And so
Julio having a grand slam today.
Yeah. Julio having a good spring, Garver having a good spring, Polanco having a good spring. I'm excited to see Rowdy Tellez giving some power and some presence. I don't know exactly what the math will look like for him to make the club on opening day, but I've always been a big Rowdy Tellez fan, and so the fact that he is getting a lot of at-bats and showing that he's still got some power left in his bat for a team that needs power, I think is a really good sign as well.
Do you know his real first name?
I knew it at one time. I don't know it off the top of my head. I should know this, though, because I did a story about him around the World Baseball Classic when he was representing Mexico, and it was a story about his family. So what is his given name?
Ryan. Yeah.
Rowdy's perfect.
Rowdy's much better. Much better. Yeah, and to your point, I mean, he got a ton of at-bats. I mean, I think he was second or third and as far as the M's go, but is that...
And by the way, if I could add quickly on the at-bats, this is around the time of the spring where numbers like that start to stand out to you. Mm-hmm. So we're 2 weeks away almost exactly from opening day. If you're still in camp by this weekend, objectively, you've got a chance to make the team, in my opinion. I mean, you could want to call it Monday, Sunday, Monday, but if you're in camp still after the next few days, you got a shot. And they're starting to, if you're a pitcher, the guys who are having their number called and their name called to get work, that tells you something about how how the team feels. There's no scholarships to give out once you get past the middle of March. You're doing it because you got to get your guys ready for the season. And so to your point about Tellez having one of the highest totals of at-bats of anybody in camp, that's very illustrative, in my opinion, of someone that the front office is seeing, wants to see, and has a legitimate chance to have a role in this ball club.
Is he, as far as young guys go for the Mariners, is he the one that stands out to you that's maybe been the biggest pleasant surprise? Or is there somebody else?
So it's interesting. I mean, I think that Emerson's numbers, and obviously he was sent out today, Emerson's numbers didn't necessarily jump off the page in terms of if you look at the full OPS, but I think you saw moments, power, athleticism, and you were there in camp for the week to be able to put eyes on the ball club. For me, it's Emerson showing that he's got a chance to impact this team. And again, it's not going to be at the start of the season, but it may not be as long as maybe some people thought it was going to be, because there are certain prospects who show up in spring training and look the part. They look like they belong. Julio was that way basically the spring before he showed up. And I think that's what I've seen from Emerson in the glimpses that I've had. I think Ford has continued to take a step. And so for a team that's needed offense, their bounce-back guys have showed up, and some of their young guys have shown up. So I think overall, with the exception, obviously, of the Kirby injury situation, it's been a pretty good camp for the Mariners.
Yeah, I was looking at the numbers after Sunday night, I think it was, and just – total runs scored, they were second in all of spring training behind the Cubs at that point. I don't know where they sit at the current moment. But, again, I was trying not to get too excited, but it is good to see a team that was so bad offensively for the majority of the season at least look like, all right, they're putting it together. Now, the other side of it is they've given up a bunch of runs too. Does that mean the pitching staff's going to stink? No, a lot of it's guys that won't even be with the team at the big league level. But has anything changed in your opinion based on what you've seen or read about this team to this point in spring training? Or is that, again, just another way of acknowledging the stats or not acknowledging the stats of spring training?
I do think probably, if you want to call them the number one stories to this point, are that Kirby's not ready and that the hitting has been better than expected. And time will tell the overall impact of both of those things. There's no mistaking how important Kirby is to this team. And it's very encouraging what Justin Hollander said about there being no structural damage. That's encouraging. But the reality is he's not pitching right now. And so when that's the case, you're going to worry, especially when it's someone who is as important as Kirby is, and especially someone who relies on his command as much as George does. And that's where it doesn't take a lot for a pitcher who really relies on his command and location to get a little bit off. And healthy enough to pitch, which hopefully will happen this year sooner rather than later, and I believe it probably will. But that's one thing. But then there's the next threshold, which is, how close are you to being the George Kirby that we've come to know for the last several years? And that might be a little bit of a different conversation. And the other piece, too, is so that puts Hancock into the conversation. I saw Lawrence was sent out today, someone who's good AAA depth. But I do wonder, at a time where it looks like the Dodgers have 20 starting pitchers, if the Mariners need to call upon starter 6, 7, and 8, who are they? How good are they going to be? You hope to not have to do that, but best laid plans. The New York Yankees have a pretty good budget and some pretty good players, and they're already, I'm not going to say panicking, but they're in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, Garrett Cole's done for the year.
Right. Cole's out for the year. Heal's out for a while. Clark Schmidt just came back, and he's not really in form yet either. So there's a lot of injuries around baseball right now. That's why it's the team that I think is kind of interesting. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but they're going to be a harder team to play against this year, is the Angels. They are the rare team with good starting depth. Now, we can argue, okay, Tyler Anderson is not a big stuff guy, nor is Hendricks, nor is Kikuchi for that matter, but they're getting a little bit more depth. They've got 6 or 7 or 8 starting pitchers to be able to utilize, depending on how you feel about Detmers, who's had a pretty good spring. So they're going to be a tougher out. And Oakland, we've talked about them before too. So the division, the Mariners, if things go well for them, there's still plenty of runway for the Mariners to be an excellent team. But this is a division that is harder to predict 1 through 5 than almost any other division. I've looked at all of them, and this is the one that whenever you see the expert predictions, which I just really loathe to make because I never do a good job with them, that you could have a panel of 10 experts, I'll put us in air quotes, and ask us who's going to win the American League West. You might have a distribution of 4 or 5 different teams getting some first place votes. I mean, maybe not Oakland, but it's going to be an interesting division to project this year because Houston's come back a little bit. There's a lot of really curious things going on, I think, with different rosters in this division.
Are there certain teams, JP, that do a better job as far as keeping their pitchers healthy? I mean, or is there just so much information that's shared just in general? I mean, I feel like half the battle is trying to keep a guy like George Kirby from hurting himself, right? You got to hold him back. But is that kind of information shared, or are there teams that do it better than others?
I mean, some teams do it better, and honestly, the Mariners have done it as well as any other team in the sport in the last 3 to 4 years, especially. They've been excellent. And so believe me, the Dodgers, the Yankees, you name any number of teams would look at what the Mariners have done, at least the last couple of years, and say they're the envy of the sport. But again, it's not as though George Kirby did not come up with a shoulder issue because the Mariners became less well-informed about the current state of pitching and physical training from last year to this year. It's to your point, and I think it's the right point, that basically pitchers have a tremendous incentive to throw hard and to have nasty stuff, to put it in quotes, but that's something of a technical baseball term. And a lot of the MLB studies and things that they've looked at have revealed that when you have nasty stuff, you get hurt.
Yeah.
A lot of the time. And you're really trying to defy gravity. We've talked about just the general nastiness of this staff before. For a team with this kind of explosive pitching, in terms of in a good way, really good stuff, for them to stay as healthy as long as they have as a group really is defying gravity in a lot of ways. The defying the modern laws of physics in the game, because the Orioles are smart, the Yankees are smart, the Dodgers are smart, and they've all had fairly significant pitching injuries happen the last couple of years. So I think there are some teams that do it better than others, but the one thing that is uniformly the case, is that there are tremendous incentives in the game for pitchers to say, listen, you could either be average for a long time, throw in 90 or 91, you might be a minor league call-up here and there, or if you air it out and find a way to spike your velo up to 97, 98, you might have a 5 or 6 year career instead of a 10-year career, but a larger percentage of those years are going to be in the big leagues where the money is. And a lot of pitchers are making that bargain, as perilous as it may sound.
Hey, where do you put Dave Roberts in the hierarchy of great managers in baseball? He just signed a 4-year extension, which sets a record for managers. He's going to be the highest paid manager, and by today's standards, it doesn't sound like a ton of money, considering what Juan Soto and Shohei are signing for. He's going to make $8.1 million as the average annual value of the deal. But that's record-setting for him, for Major League Baseball. And he's a guy that I think a lot of people write off and say, well, anybody could win with Shohei and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts and all this talent. That's not all. We've seen it in other sports, teams loaded with talent that just for whatever reason don't click, and then somebody else comes in and finds a way to make it happen. I think he gets a little shortchanged by the star power that they have there. I think he's a very good manager, is my point. But where do you put him amongst the hierarchy of the best managers in the game?
Historically great, if we're going to be literal about it. So where he ranks, this is an important note here, among all managers in the game with at least 1,000 games managed in the big leagues, Dave Roberts has the best winning percentage of all of them. The best. 627. That is a really, really impressive number. You think about his career, okay? He has been the manager for 10 years. He has made 9 playoff appearances.
That's 8 more than the Mariners have had in over 2 decades.
Right. And actually, if I'm being technical here, that includes the 1 year that he managed. He was an interim manager for a couple games with San Diego. So actually, his L.A. tenure, it's 9 for 9. 9 years as a manager, 9 playoff appearances. So it's amazing. I mean, the 10th year only counts because he managed 1 game with the Padres in 2015. The next year he comes to L.A. at the age of 44, and he manages 9 years, and he makes the playoff every single year with 2 World Series titles. And I will argue this point with anyone. You're in a big market. You've got generational talents on your team. You had Mookie Betts changing positions twice last year. You had to manage Shohei in year 1 with all the focus on him. Freddie Freeman, all he went through on and off the field, injuries, all the injuries that he dealt with his pitching staff. You could not ask for more of a manager than what Dave Roberts gives you. And I would maintain that when you think about the types of players he has had, and not just now, but going back into the past too, he had Puig, he had some interesting characters years ago too, that he had to manage, and so I just think he's done an outstanding job, so professional. And I'll say this, we're lucky in the jobs that we have at MLB Network to do a lot of showcase games where we see the Dodgers a lot, home and a road. I'm lucky to be at Dodger Stadium a lot. And I can tell you that Dave Roberts, in those meetings that we have, when it's a production meeting and you've got the play-by-play analyst, I'll be there. The producer sometimes is there too, and we're talking about storylines. And he is as comfortable and personable and helpful as anybody in baseball.
Yeah.
And a player, manager, he gets it. And he has a way about it where he can share with what he can share. He certainly never puts the club in a bad position, but he understands what we do. He understands the big picture of baseball. And remember the day when he acknowledged in the midst of when the Shohei courtship was hotter than hot, and he acknowledged, yeah, we had a meeting with him. Oh my gosh, I can't believe Dave Roberts said this. Everybody was completely off the rails about it, and that's that. But that's him because he's just gonna shoot you straight and is as honest and genuine and authentic of a person as there is. I sent him a text when he got the extension, and he wrote me back a really nice note as well. He's a really professional, great person, and so he's a very easy guy for people like me to root for, honestly. And he's a really easy person to play for if you're Shohei or Mookie or Freddie, because he gets it. So thrilled for him, and I agree. He was probably underpaid for a long time, and I'm happy to see him get the recognition.
You're one of the best out there. You should be acknowledged as such. Hopefully you don't get the same level of lack of attention that Dave Roberts gets. just because you're great at what you do, people think it's easy. It's not easy being Jon Morosi. It's not easy being great.
Well, again, I appreciate the kind words, as I say many times. My wife, who's a physician, is taking care of her patients. She's got a tough job. I love my job. I work hard at my job, but I'm blessed to have it, and I look forward to this conversation every week, my friends. Thanks for everything.
We appreciate you, John. Have a great rest of your
All the
week.
best, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go. There's Jon Morosi, everybody. If you missed any part of that conversation, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Meanwhile, the Seahawks made one signing but have an interesting decision to make with one position group. We'll talk about that next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
How do I feel? I feel content. Once again, Mike McDonald is shaping this team in the image that he wants it.
I like the price. I like the leadership and the relationships with the teammates.
You like a guy that's been on 5 teams?
No. I don't love that there's kind of a high floor, limited ceiling.
One thing you have to add to your list of what you like about this, A, 27, but more importantly, B, he knows this system inside and out.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Homeowners, what's happening up on your roof? Any idea? I can tell you I had no idea what was going on with my roof, so I had Asset Roofing come out just to do an inspection for me, see if anything was going on that I needed to address or be concerned about. It had been a little over a year since I had them do an inspection, so time to catch up on a couple of things they said to keep an eye on. They came out, got there early. Communication could not have been better. And then they got up there, took pictures of a few spots, gave some recommendations, sent it all in an email, all inclusive. Here are the spots to keep an eye on. Here's what we recommend. Here's what we did. Little moss removal, some garbage out of the gutters there that they removed, and a clogged downspout. They got it all done, all taken care of. It was quick. It was easy. It was painless. And more importantly, I got out in front of something that could turn into a big problem and a big expensive problem down the road. So if you're like me, and that you don't get up on your roof and you've got no idea what's happening up there, give Asset Roofing a call. They've been in this for over 2 decades. They're the best in the business. And if you do know what's happening up there and you know you need a roof repair or a roof replacement, they've got you covered there too. They are the best at what they do. Check them out online at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates, other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Free consultations, no-fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks once again to Jon Morosi, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, you'll be able to find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture and click on that, and it's right there waiting for you after the show, as it is each and every day. And don't forget, you can click subscribe and never go through that process again. Just shows up for you. It's free. It's perfect. Or you can find everything on the Seattle Sports app. If you don't already have that, that's also free, and you can find all that stuff there. So there you go. And Dave knows how to work the app.
What are you looking at me for?
Because I was going to say even a caveman can do it. No, Dave handling technology has been challenging over the years, as you guys have heard, but he's nailed that whole app thing. He's got that thing nailed down, right?
You know what is the good news in my family is that my wife is even worse than I am.
Is that good news?
No, it's not.
Luckily you have a daughter there to get you up to speed on everything and keep you guys in line and keep everything turned on.
I think Hoover would have a better chance.
If he could just articulate it. No, not that one, dummy.
Oh, I can
one.
read his barks.
He's telling you about the Apple Wallet is what he's doing.
That's right.
Meanwhile, just taking a look at the different position groups the Seahawks have needs and where you feel comfortable. One of them is receiver. And you lost two of your receivers. You lose DK Metcalf. You lose Tyler Lockett. Now, in case you missed the bit of news, they did sign Marquez Valdez-Scantling to a one-year deal that could be worth up to $5.5. I didn't see the base or what's guaranteed, but it just said up to $5.5 million. So it doesn't represent a huge commitment, or it's a one-year deal. He's 30. You look at his numbers. He's not special. He didn't have any big monster year. I don't think he's ever gone over 700 yards or over 42 receptions. So he's a guy.
Yeah, well, we've got MVS and JSN now. Because Marquez, Valdez, Scantling, that's quite a mouthful there. But look, I think he's the kind of receiver that if you get anywhere near, which, he had a little stint in Buffalo where he played in only 6 games and was only targeted 9 times. But, if you go back before that, if he gets somewhere around 500-600 yards, that's good. That's what you want out of a guy like that. He's probably going to be that. Well, maybe he'll be the number 2, depending on what they do as far as the draft and the rest of free agency. But I don't know. I thought that the way that Matt Hasselbeck explained it kind of, put into focus like a little bit more what this offense is going to be like.
We're gonna lead with our defense and run game. So we don't necessarily want like a vertical passing 5-man protection Ryan Grubb type guy, and we don't need DK Metcalf. And Tyler Lockett was a cap casualty, and I'm sure that pained them to get rid of Lockett. But we don't need that. We're not a 4 wide team. We're not an empty 5 wide receiver type team anymore. So I don't know that they even need to spend the money there. Or I've seen some mock drafts that have people drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I don't know if that's the vision that Mike McDonald has.
I don't know if he was interviewed before or after the signing. I think, was that from this morning, Mike?
Yeah, that was today.
Yeah. So, but I thought that, we don't have because last year it was like, gosh, who are you going to throw the ball to? You got JSN, DK, and Tyler, and now all of a sudden it's JSN. But, but the one thing I would say, because I think what Matt is talking about is playing a lot of 12 personnel and 13 personnel, which means 2 tight ends, one tight end, or I'm sorry, one running back, two tight ends, 13, one running back, three tight ends. Does that put Noah Fant, as a priority? And, I know his numbers were looked at in the beginning of like maybe a guy that could be a cap casualty.
Yeah, his cap hit is, what did we say, 13.5? I can look it up on Spotrac, but I think it was around 13.5 million.
Yeah, so,
which seems excessive at the time. We were talking about him when they were well over the cap and, before they made all these moves. But even still, you look at that number and go, okay, that in relation to his production feels like you got to make an adjustment there.
Right. So, but maybe that's a guy, once again, that Kubiak comes in and goes, oh, man, I love Noah Fant. And I never thought he was particularly dynamic after the catch. I just thought he was a good possession receiver. But, he had 500 yards last year, kind of sneakily. It's
one touchdown.
Yeah. And I don't know. Look, you're betting that a guy is going to take a huge jump, but I really liked A.J. Barner. I thought he had a great rookie year. I think it was perfect, and just his blocking was really developed to be really good, because that's what you're going to have to do, and particularly if you run that 13 personnel. So, yeah, I think the way Matt puts it there is like, okay, if you have Scantling and you have, maybe Jake Bobo becomes a guy that can get open, and then, you got JSN, I'd feel pretty good about receiver.
Yeah, Bobo's a guy that's a depth guy for me, and maybe he'll ultimately prove me wrong. I think he's a guy that people.
I don't think he's going to need to be in. He's a number 3 that might not see the field that much.
But are we making the assumption that the running game is just going to be so dramatically improved, as the way Hasselbeck was talking about it? That the passing game, you don't need that vertical threat. You don't need it, because this run game is going to be carrying you. That's the plan. They were really bad last year at running the ball. Yeah. You brought up the numbers multiple times. It's not good. So,
well, my frustration with the running game last year, and this is something I said I would never do, but the play calling it killed me.
Yeah.
That's what they're planning on. Obviously, if they can't, I just don't see them having to just entirely desert the run game and go hand it to the quarterback. They had to do that. Last year. So that's the plan, that they're, obviously we're betting on everything that it's going to take place. But that's the kind of offense that they're going to run. So, if they have to all of a sudden just turn off the run and entirely rely on Sam Darnold, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, we learned that you better be careful about what you say. Something that simple. We'll find out what that's all about. What we learned coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Veteran wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling is signing with the Seahawks on a one-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. What do you make of this one?
No, I like it. I'm not mad at this. People are going to be underwhelmed, but this is the type of receiver that you need. 6'4", 206 pounds. You have a big outside receiver that can hold safeties responsible, and I guarantee you they're going to grab a receiver in the draft.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Something amazing is happening in workplaces everywhere. Devices are learning how people work and adapting to help them get more done. That's because CDW is modernizing experiences with Dell's intelligent portfolio of devices. Thanks to built-in security and AI capabilities, your teams can work smarter wherever they may be. Dell and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell-Client.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
It is the easiest way out.
You got to watch what you say.
Yeah.
That's a very general term.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
very
It was kind of the best way to lead into it. But, I mean, we have some actual news to discuss briefly here before we learn things.
Is it good news, Lefko? Would you Lefko, so. Once again, let me just set the stage. We've seen the angst and the anxiety attached to Lefko's Titans with every move. I hear a voice coming out of that room there. What? Come on.
I would call this the Titans claim all the Seahawks cast-offs. So Adam Schefter says, source, Titans are signing free agent defensive lineman Draymond Jones to a 1-year, $10 million deal.
Ooh, landed on his feet.
Wow. Cody Barton, Dre Jones, Quandre Diggs, old Jamal Adams.
Ugo
Amadi, as I had to remember. Ugh.
Yeah, what were the... Yeah.
Wow. Who else would you like? Who else are you hoping finds their way over to the Titans that used to be a Seahawk?
I don't know. Tyler Lockett in 3 years, I guess.
In 3 years?
Not even this year. They're going to sign him in 3 years.
All
yeah,
right.
that's part of the Lefko fandom right there.
It's just funny to hear I'm just sitting out here during the commercial break, and I just hear him back there, what? Oh,
that's a lot of money. We know what Draymond Jones did here. I think it's a lot of money.
All right.
Anyway.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like what Schneider likes to say. Or I was told that by Tom Flores. Oh, that's a lot of money for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not necessarily a compliment. It's like, kind of.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not. So are you going to get the Barton jersey or the Draymond Jones jersey?
Nah, I'll just get the Cam Ward jersey. At least he'll be there for 4 years, maybe 5. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be better than Will Levis.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, back to the original premise of what we learned here. We learned that people try to correct you on anything, even if we are right about it.
The 360's dragging me into some kind of a thing.
Don't go there, Dave.
I don't know if it's a thing.
Don't fall for it.
Did I say mitt when I should have said glove? Because he says that's like cover and guard. Now, come on now. Let's not go overboard. Cover and guard is ridiculous.
It's not the same.
Yeah.
Because it's...
He says it's totally a thing.
Most people will say glove, but it's called a baseball mitt. It's called a glove. Most guys will refer to, where's my glove? Where's my glove?
That's right. Nobody says baseball glove.
No. They just say, where's my glove?
Where's my glove or baseball mitt?
Or where's my mitt? Mitt's over there. I mean, it's
interchangeable.
It's not the same as guardage and coverage.
Let's not make it a thing, 360.
It's not a guardage. Soda, pop, inline, online. We got into all of those today. And I guess if you want to be just really technical about it, the ones they refer to as a mitt is a catcher's mitt and a first baseman's mitt. But they're baseball mitts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not going to get into splinter and sliver, are we?
Well, somebody brought that up, and you had a classic. Just a classic
weird, man.
Because I read a text from somebody, and I'm sorry, I apologize to the texter. It was a while, I can't find it. But they said, do you call it a sliver or a splinter? So I asked Dave, what do you call it? And he goes, it's a splinter. And then you immediately said, man, when I was young, I used to get slivers all the time. And then he goes, I just said it. You were surprised at what you said.
Matt knows who I'm talking about. There used to be a guy that worked here that would go, I'm really surprised. No, see, it wasn't about what he said. He would say, I'm really surprised I think that.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit more, but I was really surprised that I said that.
Just on the heels of kind of wrinkling your nose.
Splinter.
You go, it's splinter, like duh.
I remember getting slivers all the time.
Just immediately he said
You see the look of shock on my face?
Whoa, I just said it.
Almost fell over.
What do you guys say, sliver or splinter?
Never said sliver in my life.
No? Matt?
Splinter it is.
I think I say splinter, but I've heard sliver.
Yeah. I think it's interchangeable. I think they're both
Lefko
right.
says it like it was a point of pride.
I have
never said splinter in my life.
But I said pop, and I was ridiculed. I haven't been the same since.
Oh, Mr. Soda now, yeah. Never again.
I'm sorry.
Never
you
pop
said
again.
soda or
no,
you said pop?
He said
no,
pop.
pop is a Midwest thing. So
gotcha.
I went popping all over, and no.
Popping all over, and he was just very mercilessly attacked.
Traumatic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hasn't been the same since. What else did we learn?
Well, if we're laughing at me, we learned that something caused Matt to laugh harder than he has ever laughed before today.
Beanball Byron. That was his nickname. He was one of those eighth graders.
Byron.
Beanball Byron. He was known, and I was like telling everybody, oh, forget it, no big deal. He plunked me right in the ribs, and I was never the same, Bob.
Yeah.
I probably could have gone pro in baseball as well. But Beanball Byron, he was one of those kids in eighth grade that already had like a 5 o'clock shot.
Yeah, he was bigger than everybody, threw harder than everybody. I played with a couple of those guys.
Armpit hair coming out everywhere, hair on his chest. Beanball Byron. I go, you guys are a bunch of sissies.
Did he also pitch in the 1920s? That sounds like a 20s thing.
Yeah, that's hilarious, Mike. That's a good one.
Look at Matt like that one.
Can we just explain, too, that You're hearing that through my mic. Matt's mic wasn't. Yeah, his mic wasn't on. That laugh picked up all the way back here.
I just really wasn't ready for it. The way Dave said it was perfect.
Well, the beauty was you guys started imitating each other in the same voice. Oh, really? Is that how you do it? Yeah, that's how I do it. What do you do? What do you say? You both had the same exact
Apparently
imitation.
We both sound like idiots.
That can't be.
Yeah, that's weird. That's really weird. What else did we learn?
Well, I guess we learned that if there's an injury that could happen, it's happened to Wyman.
I don't think there's a more disgusting injury that heals pretty well, apparently, because I had the same thing, the Liz Frank, and it's kind of where, for me, I took a stab into the ground and my foot folded the wrong way, up.
Like everything else you touch, it just broke.
It just broke.
Happened.
It just broke.
Just happened.
I guess it wasn't super disgusting. It was just so creepy feeling to feel your foot go that way. But apparently it heals pretty quickly. But we brought that up because is it DeMarcus has had that? Is that right?
Yeah. I guess that's what he had.
So anyway, that's why that came up, apparently.
Did we learn anything else?
Nope, that was it.
That was all the learning?
All the time we had for learning today.
Just a great chuckle out of Matt and you guys mocking each other in the same voice. It was a glorious day.
Yeah, that's what you get here.
I mean, the soda pop thing could go on forever.
I don't think it's been settled.
As mitt, glove.
People are now getting into the sliver splinter, trying to explain the difference. When you chop wood, it splinters. When it gets embedded under your skin, it's a sliver.
You can't get this stuff on any other show.
Nope.
I'm telling you.
Nope. We get down to the bottom of the important stuff. That's what we do.
For good reason.
Okay. Meanwhile, there is baseball and the season is right around the corner. So why was this offseason unique for J.P. Crawford, a guy who rarely speaks with the media, if you think about it? Just doesn't, you don't hear from J.P. very often, but you're going to hear from him next. He's going to join us. You're going to hear that with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
How do I feel? I feel content. Once again, Mike McDonald is shaping this team in the image that he wants it.
I like the price. I like the leadership and the relationships with the teammates.
You like a guy that's been on 5 teams?
No. I don't love that there's kind of a high floor, limited ceiling.
One thing you have to add to your list of what you like about this, A, 27, but more importantly, B, he knows the system inside and out.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest, same as cash, 12-month financing. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com to save double today.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected Around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a Flat Earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best-kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We had such a great conversation with this guy last year. We had everybody texting in, saying, you got to talk to J.P. Crawford again. Talk to J.P. Crawford again. Well, he's nice enough to join us out here once again. J.P. Crawford, how are you, man?
I'm good. It's really warm out here today. It's a great day out here in Peoria, so nothing better.
Feels like spring, right?
Feels just like winter. I mean spring.
Yeah, sure. Exactly right. We appreciate you braving the elements with us. Hey, before we get started with the baseball stuff, we talked to you last year. You did the band thing with everybody on the team. You've been immortalized. There's a picture up going into their clubhouse of him singing. There's some guys dressed in costumes I can't explain behind him, but what tell people that don't know about that, what that was, and you went out there and sang a song and, as you said, crushed it.
Yeah, definitely did crush it. A couple of years, like the last 2 or 3 years, you have a bunch of people that play instruments on the team and on the coaching staff, and they're really good, surprisingly. And they put a band together, rehearsed some songs, and they asked me to sing one, a reggae song, and said, sure, yeah, let's do it. And then we rocked out, got the clubhouse, amped up for the day.
And did you know that picture was up there, or you didn't see it till you got here this year?
No, it's been up there since last year.
Okay.
Yeah, so got to keep it up there too.
Yeah, it was. I remember hearing the song. It was surprisingly really good. I mean, who really impressed you that you were like, damn, I didn't know that guy could
could play, or was it you?
Man, honestly, everyone. You know, we have Woody Woodworth, the pitching coach. He crushes it on the guitar. Champ, the bullpen catcher, plays the keyboard. And, you know, randomly, Harry Ford plays a saxophone, and he plays it well. That was really shocking to me. Wouldn't expect that out of him, but, and you know, I sing marvelous, so all that singing in the shower paid off.
We talked to Harry earlier, and he said he doesn't really like playing sax. Now he's on guitar. He's been playing guitar for a year. He says he likes to just play guitar and sing.
Oh. Well,
so just if you guys do it again this year, there you go. There's an option for you.
Yeah, true.
How was the off season, man? Did you get away? Did you get time to relax? You have a newborn, right?
Yes. So this off season was really different for, you know, me and my wife. Didn't go on any trips. We bunkered down at the house. She gave birth December 4th to Crawford.